pop up. Liam will pop up. Liam can probably do a lot of commentator stuff.
Girls 4x800, girls 4x800 first call. That event will begin in about 25 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to St. Christopher's Indoor Track Meet number 3 for home. Just last weekend, a couple people went out for Invitational, and there's been a number of Invitationals throughout the season. In fact, our own Maddox White just competed in a VA showcase down in the Virginia Beach area, and he placed 4th overall in the 60-meter, I believe. So big shout out to him. Congratulations. Incredibly impressive. With that being said, we're getting ready to start out here with the girls 4x8. And that is the final call for them. So we'll be ready to start here in just a minute. I am JT Mason, here besides Hugh Cook, and we will be your first shift for this track meet today. Expect a couple people jumping in and out, as we'll be here for about 6 hours. Also, apologies if my voice is a bit hoarse. St. Christopher's last night had 3 basketball games in Scott's gym where we played against the Trinity Titans. JV, I believe JV boys basketball, they lost. The varsity St. Catherine's girls won, and the varsity St. Christopher's boys beat Trinity by a score of 73-50. Wonderful games out there, lots of stuff going on this coming week and the past couple of days. Thank you all for tuning out to those games if you did, and we appreciate you coming out, listening to us for this track meet here. And we're getting started here with the girls 4x8. St. Catherine's is in lane 2 to start off with. Lots of teams for this event in both the boys and girls sections. And we're off for the first event of this track meet. St. Catherine's taking an early jump out there. Caroline Wolf, I believe. St. Catherine's holding in first place, still coming through this first lap. 3 more to go on this one. Teams have already separated a little bit. With the Saints, the Hawks, and the Cougars stepping out in 1, 2, and 3. Halfway through this first leg, looks like the Saints and the Cougars 1 and 2. Both teams looking very strong still. Quick separation there in just the first leg of this. Collegiate has just overtaken, and they're pulling out to about a 8 to 10 meter lead now. Coming into the last 50 of this, Collegiate first, St. Catherine's closing a nice gap between there to finish this first leg right about even with about 3 meters in between. Oh, St. Catherine's pulling out to a strong first leg here. Still St. Catherine's 1, Collegiate 2. Collegiate B, I believe, is also number 3. And there, the rest of the pack is closing in pretty quickly on our leaders here. They closed what was about a almost 75-meter gap to now about 20. And we are not yet even halfway through. Competing today here is Collegiate, Deep Run, Freeman, Hanover, Maggie Walker, Patrick Henry, Thomas Jefferson, and of course our very own St. Christopher Saints and St. Catherine Saints. St. Catherine's and Collegiate holding strong here. Looking like a pass on this outer turn. Almost. Especially in these long distance races, it's a lot harder to pass on the outside. Burning just that much more energy will set you back a fairly significant amount. That was the final call for the boys, 4x8. Coming up next. St. Catherine's again, right about halfway through, pulling a maybe 30-meter lead here, quickly catching on the St. Catherine's B team. Collegiate once again working their way back in. Attempting to close that gap that had opened up in that last lap of leg number 2. Collegiate now leading, followed by St. Catherine's, followed by Collegiate again. Starting to pull out about a 15-meter lead here by the Cougars. St. Catherine's again making a bit of a comeback on that. A lot of back and forth here. St. Catherine's on this last leg starting out very strong. Closing once what was about the 35-meter gap to now just about 5. St. Catherine's passes on the outside. Pulls their way back into first. So far, a very strong last leg from St. Catherine's, followed up by Collegiate, and then Collegiate again. In between all these events, we will try to show you as much of the field events going on as possible. There's everything still going on, I believe, from shot put to long and triple jump to pole vault to high jump. Saints now have pulled out to about a 45-meter lead here, coming into this last lap. Lead is up to about 50 meters now. That lead just keeps growing here for St. Catherine's. St. Catherine's first. Finished first by a decent margin, I believe. We have a more than ordinary amount of teams doing this, so it's fairly easy to lose track. But everyone's looking to run hard today as we have another invitational meet coming up this coming weekend on Friday, Saturday, and perhaps Sunday. I may be wrong about Sunday, but another big meet. About 80 teams will be here at our St. Chris Invitational in a week from yesterday. Couple teams still going. And we'll get right into the boys 4x8. .10:32 is the time for the first place finisher here. And that's a pretty impressive time. Pole vault is currently still warming up. There's a chance to spotlight our amazing pole vaulter, Victor Olson, who is poised to set some records here in the coming years, vaulting at already over 16 feet. And that just about wraps up the girls 4x8. And the guys are making their way to the starting line.
Boys 4x8 on the track, please. Boys 4x8 on the track.
For St. Christopher's, we have Dougie Boardman, Henry Russell, Tate Wilson, and Noble competing here for us. Matthew Noble, excuse me. There are 10 teams in this event so far. I know they added a St. Catherine's B team for that first girls 4x8 there. So there may be additional teams, but already 10 so far, so very crowded event. With Freeman having the lowest seed time of 8 minutes, 22 seconds, followed by St. Christopher's at 8 minutes and 29 seconds. They'll definitely be looking to drop a little bit off that today in order to get a little bit better seating coming into these next meets. And just to show off some PRs. I know our coaches keep pretty good track of split times here, so everyone's going to be wanting to run their best.
Boys triple jump. We are having varsity and JV will start at 1:30 with an open pit. You have 1 hour to complete 4 triple jumps, or as many as you can get in, up to 4. But we will be open for 1 hour beginning at 1:30 to 2:30. Open pit for boys triple jump, varsity and JV.
In case you guys didn't hear that, from 1:30 to 2:30, it will be an open pit for triple jump. So anytime runners want to take their jump in between the vents or anything, they can run over there, knock it out pretty quickly. And shout out to the students who may not be competing today who are helping rake the pit, sweep, and even just set up all this other stuff. It takes a lot of work, and our coaches can't do it alone, so much appreciated to all those helping out. All right, the guys are lined up. Being told about the start and how everything will proceed, and then we will be right with you. And with that, we're off for the boys 4x8. Team's taking a quick start here. Patrick Henry jumping out to a quick first, followed by Collegiate, and then Freeman, Hawks, then the Saints. For the Saints, again, we have Dougie Boardman leading the charge. First lap of 16, positions hold true, with Collegiate taking a lead, followed by the Hawks, followed by Patrick Henry, followed by Freeman. And we just had a Patrick Henry number 2. I don't know if they're actually number 2, but the second Patrick Henry team pass St. Christopher's here. Lots of teams looking a little bit faster already than what their seed time looks like. As the Hawks pass Collegiate here on the outside of the straightaway. It is Freeman, Collegiate, Freeman here for the top 3. Hawks still in first, followed by Freeman, then Collegiate, then Patrick Henry. Some large gaps opened up between the front runners and the other teams. Due to us only running one heat of this, there will be a bit of separation between higher seeded teams with a lot different times than maybe the A teams will have, as a lot of schools are running 2 or maybe even 3 different lineups in here. And with that, the first leg is complete for many teams. Patrick Henry first, Hawks second, deep run third. Patrick Henry looking still very strong here. Opening up about a 25-meter gap here. Looks like Collegiate is closing that gap, but the gap behind Collegiate is also closing quickly. I may stand corrected here. I think the Hawks have taken the lead. And what a lead that is already. Hawks still holding a very commanding lead here. But they are quickly being tailed. Oh my. Another right out of the gate takeoff from the Hawks here. They've just overlapped their own team. And with that, I believe 3 laps to go here. We're getting a very strong finish time. collegiate runner Walker Angus overtaking on the back stretch, trying to make up as much ground as he can here. The Hawks here looks to be still in first. Oh, I stand corrected. I believe it is Freeman that takes first here as they were seated. They got about 10 seconds over their original seed time. Still very impressive race from them. Taking first here in this event. We'll be right back with you right after the finish of this event. It looks like we are right on schedule with the conclusion of the boys 4x8 as it just ended, I believe. Yep, all teams cleared. And we are right on schedule, so we will be looking at the 55-meter hurdles next, followed by the 55-meter dash, the 1600, and the 4x2 relay, all at different 30-minute increments. So stay tuned for any specific event, and thank you guys for tuning in so far. I know a lot of us get a long weekend, so there may even be some snow Tuesday evening, depending on what the weather does. I know we're all hoping for a snow day or two this year. Yep. Doesn't look like snow, that much snow anymore, only a half an inch early Tuesday morning. Forecast has been changing all week. But I'm sure a lot of us are still hoping for some snow days at any given point this year. It's been a little while. .55-meter hurdles almost fully set up. So again, we'll be right about on schedule for those to start at 1:30. We have a couple people competing from both St. Christopher's and St. Catherine's. In the first JV girls event, we have Carter Torrance, Sloan Teffel, and Vivian Morris for St. Catherine's. So they'll be getting ready to go here in just a second. While Coach Ware and his helpers get everything squared away. Thank you, and we'll be right back with you right before the start of this event. All right, welcome back, guys. Joining me here now is Liam Kazawa. He's a great cross-country and track runner, so he'll be able to provide any extra insight into the team this year and maybe a little bit of extra insight into any other teams running.
Yeah, thank you for having me. Excited to be on.
More than glad. I know we're a little short-manned here today, so. Once again, in this first girls JV heat, we have Carter Torrance, Sloan Teffel, and Vivian Morris for St. Catherine's JV in this 55-meter hurdle. Everyone getting set. And heat 1 of 1 is off for girls JV 55-meter hurdles.
Yeah, really good start by Carter Torrance. And oh,
Big fall there. Hope she's okay. And it looks like Fielding Teague from Maggie Walker takes first, followed by Sloan Teffel and Carter Torrance. So 2 and 3 for St. Catherine's there. And now we will get set. Now we are getting set for the girls varsity 55-meter hurdle, also heat 1 of 1. In for St. Catherine's, we have Carly Rose, Piper Shannon, Saya Gaddy, and Ann Siglia. This heat's mostly completely dominated by St. Catherine's with 2 Freemen and 1 collegiate athlete in there. Lots of people trying to best their seed times coming into this invitational to get the best possible seeding. And we are off. St. Catherine's taking an early lead in 1 and 2. Another fall there on the outside. St. Catherine's 1, 2, and 3.
Great finish for St. Catherine's in this heat, getting all 3 spots on the podium.
Yeah, Piper Shannon, followed by Asaya Gaddy, followed by Carly Rose. So a nice 1, 2, 3 there. Piper Shannon almost matches her PR with 9.21 compared to her PR of 9.2. Now the boys 55-meter JV heat 1 of 1 is setting up and getting ready to go. Again, for those just tuning in, not all our athletes are here today, actually. Maddox White is at the VA Showcase in Virginia Beach, and he was competing in the 60-meter dash. He was going against a cousin of Patrick Mahomes. I know you all have heard of him. I forget his name, but Coach Ware was telling me about that. Mahomes' cousin just barely beat Maddox White and phased him out of the top 3 by 0.01 seconds. So very close there. Congratulations again to Maddox White. Very big accomplishment so far. And he is also poised to break some records here. Let's not forget all our field events still going on. I believe the high jump just wrapped up. Shot put still going on. And boys pole vault is getting ready to do official jumps here as their warm-ups are almost over. And as of 5 minutes ago, I believe, the pit should be open for triple jump, if I heard Coach Ware correctly.
Yeah, the pit's open for triple jump, just an open pit for the next hour.
Get some good practice in there. Have you ever done triple jump or anything?
I did long jump in middle school, never triple jump. Triple jump's a very hard field event on your body physically.
How long does a sand stay in your shoes? I've always wondered that.
Long.
Way too long?
Way too long.
That's why when I was offered to do that, I quickly turned it down.
Definitely the right call. We got the junior varsity 55 hurdles. Only St. Chris athlete is Henry Nelson in lane 5.
And he has taken a great lead out here, winning with a time of 9.33, beating his PR. So he dropped by about
half a second.
Yeah, whole half a second there, which is incredibly impressive.
Really good. Good time for Henry Nelson.
Great start by him, too.
Yeah, he was out right from the gun. Really good.
I know coaches will be happy with that one. Dropping a half a second on something as short as a 55 meters.
Yeah, really impressive. You know, you can just see he put in the work over winter break, and that's just rewarding him here.
And, of course, there's the people that ate a little bit too much over winter break. I'm sure those first couple practices were quite fun. Definitely. I know Coach Cobb had sprinters running back-to-back 300s.
Yeah, with donuts before practice.
With donuts before, oh. He is setting them up for failure there.
He is.
I mean, running to failure.
Yeah. We have the varsity boys 55 hurdles up. 3 St. Chris athletes, Durham Dotson in lane 3, Jaden Brown in lane 4, and then Briggs Ireland in lane 5.
And all 3 of those have the best seeded time for this heat. And the only unranked time so far is James Bumbright from Collegiate, so it'll be interesting to see how his first ranked time goes.
Jaden Brown off to a good start. Clearly taking the lead in this one. Briggs Ireland appears to finish second. Durham Dotson maybe third or fourth. Hard to tell.
Almost under 8 seconds there
Good
for
PR
Jaden Brown.
for Jaden Brown.
Drops by 12 tenths of a second.
Durham Dotson did end up in fourth with a time of 9.58.
And with that, we'll be looking to go to the 55-meter dash, starting with
Second call, girls JV mile. Second call, girls JV 1600.
starting with the girls JV. There are 4 heats for this. Lots more runners tend to do the 55 dash over hurdling events. We have 4 heats of JV and then 5 heats of girls varsity. So getting a little bit ahead of schedule here, but it'll likely come full circle after there's so many heats of this. And after this, we have the 1,600-meter run, followed by the 4x2 relay, then the 500-meter, and the 1,000-meter. So stay tuned. And we'll be here for coverage of all those events and more. All right, welcome back here. Getting ready to start the girls 55-meter dash. In this first heat, we have Freeman, Hanover, and Deep Run.
It's the first time for all of them running this event this year.
Yeah, these first 2 heats are majorly comprised of people who are either taking a first step into this 55 or have just not been timed yet in any event.
Freeman takes the win there. Hanover in a close second. And Deep Run scratched from that section.
All of these events important, as all of these events will earn points for your team when competing in track. The highest seeded time after the whole event is over, I believe, gets the most points, but you do win some points for finishing first in the heat. Am I correct?
Yeah, first typically gets 10 points, second gets 8, third gets 7, and so on. But each place is important, especially on a team level and personal level, getting a faster time every single time you compete.
I know the coaches keep track of a point sheet, so it feels really good to see your name right near the top there, I'm sure.
Definitely, definitely.
I never saw my name near the top of that, but I was never too worried about that. I did score points, though. I did score points. That's
Yeah, typically the field event athletes score the most points out of anyone on the team. They can compete in a lot more events, field events and running events combined.
I mean, if you got points for helping out,
Yeah, you'd be right at the top of the
I
list.
would be right at the top of that list. I sat for a lot of the seasons I did track.
So we have section 2 about to start. Hanover in lane 1, or in lane 2, Collegiate lane 3, Freeman lane 4, Hanover lane 5, Collegiate lane 6, and Freeman lane 7. Hanover out to a really good start. Miles ahead of everyone else. Blistering 7.91.
That time is already significantly higher than the next couple heats.
Definitely, yeah, could end her up on with a podium finish.
I don't doubt that at all. The next highest time that I see is 8 seconds flat, so
Yeah,
very impressive there from Brooklyn Johnson of Hanover.
8th grader as
Yeah,
well.
8th grader.
Impressive.
Definitely something to be proud of about in this meet. That time's also higher than some seeded varsity times. So if she keeps her performance up, no doubt you'll see her in varsity next year.
Definitely, definitely.
Here for St. Catherine's in Heat 3, we have Annie Coolin, Tegan Quelney, and Rainey Trice.
Yeah, full slate of St. Catherine's athletes in this heat, along with, it's a full heat. St. Catherine's lane 1, Patrick Henry lane 2, St. Catherine's lane 3, Maggie Walker lane 4, Collegiate lane 5, Patrick Henry lane 6, St. Catherine's lane 7, and Freeman in lane 8.
Highest seeded time by Maggie Walker coming into this one.
Maggie Walker gets the win there in 8.31.
Looks like everyone's dropping a little bit of time today.
Definitely. Tegan from St. Catherine's gets 9.75. Rainey Trice gets 8.88. And Annie Coolin gets 8.97, rounding out your St. Catherine's athletes there.
At any point, if you guys want to go back in the stream, I believe we'll save the stream on our StC TV channel. So anytime you want to go rewatch anything, you can scroll back now or watch it at a later date.
Yeah, we have 2 St. Catherine's athletes in this. Mary Mitchell in lane 1 and Mimi Bosher in lane 7. Madison Stevens from Hanover won that heat with 8.03.
Right about on the PR there, so
Yep.
to be expected. And the pole vault has started here.
Mimi Bosher got 8.42, and Mary Mitchell got 8.46.
Shot put is ongoing as well. So 2 field events still going. They'll probably be going on for a little while longer.
We're now moving on to the girls' varsity 55-meter dash. There are 5 sections of this. In the first section, collegiate lane 3, Freeman lane 4, and collegiate lane 5. Going back to the JV 55, that 8th grader, Brooklyn Johnson from Hanover, did in fact win that event with a time of 7.93.
That's very impressive.
Very impressive 8th grader.
So, yeah. That time, I have no doubt, will also beat a fair amount of varsity times coming into this.
Definitely.
Collegiate steps out. Both collegiate teams step out in this one.
Yeah, collegiate going to go 1-2 here in the first section of the girls varsity 55. Winning time was 7.74 for collegiate.
Azaria Bailey takes the win in that one. That time will definitely help seed her better for upcoming events, as she would be right in the 5th heat with that time of 7.74.
Yeah, definitely.
So maybe something to look towards coming onto the Invitational next weekend.
Definitely. In section 2, 1 St. Catherine's athlete, Michaela Williams in lane 7, and then lane 1, deep run, lane 2, deep run, lane 3, Thomas Jefferson, lane 4, deep run, lane 5, Hanover, lane 6, deep run, and then St. Catherine's in lane 7.
Again, thank you all for tuning in on a Saturday afternoon. I'm sure it means a lot to the athletes as well, knowing that you're watching somewhere and supporting them.
Pretty tight pack here in this
Very
race.
tight.
Winning time will be 8.41 from
Karima Hardy
yeah.
from Deep Run.
That's a small PR, but any sliver you can shave off of your time is a positive. You know?
Especially in shorter events.
Definitely, definitely.
Shorter events are infinitely harder to drop significant time in.
Yeah, St. Catherine's Michaela Williams ended with 9.64 in that heat.
In this next event, we have 3 runners from Hanover, 2 from Patrick Henry, 2 from Freeman, and 1 from Deep Run. The seed time for this heat will be 8.06.
Yeah, it should be a pretty competitive heat here.
Everyone within about 3/10 of each other here.
And they're off with still pretty tight pack here. Hanover's come from behind, but I think Patrick Henry and Malia Stewart was able to hold them off with a time of 7.91.
Slight correction there. Cherish Hunt from Patrick Henry there. Actually, I may be correcting myself again. Looks like Helen Sanders with a time of 8.03.
Yeah,
Took
from
the win in
Hanover.
that
So
heat, yes. And we do have St. Catherine's athletes in this next one, Drew Atkins and Emmeline Harder, with very similar times, within 200ths of a second from each other.
yeah, they're put in a really competitive heat, so I think this will be good for them to.
Yeah, this whole heat is within 1/10 of a second from their seed times. So
yeah, hopefully they can break 8 seconds in this race.
for those watching and maybe planning on coming, or those watching here and just want some commentary maybe, I know I've done that before for other games, but the concession stand is open. If you are picking up or dropping off, you can stop in, get yourself a little something upstairs in the concession stand. I think there's Chick-fil-A and a bunch of assorted snacks here.
Another super fast and competitive heat with a winning time of 7.82.
10.86, excuse me.
Or 7.86 from Malia Stewart from Patrick Henry.
No one has gotten a better time than 7.74 yet, though, so that
Yeah.
first heat, very impressive. So Malia Stewart followed by Kenley Campbell and Mercedes Luna will be the top three for that heat.
This heat, we have a full slate of St. Catherine's athletes. We have Leslie Armstrong in lane 1, Michaela Johnson in lane 2, Kennedy Branch in 6, and then Adrian Walker in lane 8. Kennedy Branch with a really good start.
Very good start and very good finish there. See what that time works out to be.
Definitely going to win the event.
Everyone waiting for these times to pop up. 7.64 for Alicia Ford will take first place while we wait for the scoreboard to load for the others. Oh, looks like a tie.
Yeah, it looks like Kennedy Branch and Alicia Ford tied in that event. We'll see with the tiebreaker will come soon.
I would like to see St. Catherine's win this tiebreaker.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see.
I guess that's final.
It appears
Some higher power in this track meet ranks, I guess, to the thousandths. So, yeah, finals there. Alicia Ford, first place, followed by Kennedy Branch, second.
Now we'll switch over to the boys JV 55-meter dash. There are 4 sections.
Azaria Bailey back in Heat 1 still got the third fastest time in that one.
Yeah, podium
So,
finish.
very nice there. Good points for collegiate.
In Heat 1 of the junior varsity 55-meter dash, we have Freeman lane 1, Patrick Henry in lane, Freeman lane 3, Patrick Henry lane 4, and then Freeman in 5 and 6.
In this event overall, we have a lot of St. Chris runners in both JV and varsity sections, so lots of opportunities here. And I know I keep referencing the upcoming meet in 6 days' time, but it's one of the biggest ones in the state for a lot of people.
Yeah, it's really competitive invitational, St. Christopher's Invitational. It's a 2-day track and field event, and we're at around 80 teams so far that are registered, and
that was as of Monday.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, as of Monday. So there's definitely
it's gonna keep going up for sure, and it's it pulls regionally. So there's teams even from Maryland and North Carolina are coming up for the weekend, and it's really good track and field competition.
Yeah, lots of mid-season events going on all over the place. I know our wrestling team just went up to Pennsylvania for the long weekend to have a competition up there.
Yeah, definitely.
So in this second heat, we have Patrick Mullins, Harrison Wood, and Logan Coleman from St. Christopher's.
No, we are actually in Heat 3.
Oh.
Ryan Scammell, and Colin Wishneck, and Konstantinos Kavanis are all the Saints in this. They're in 3, 4, and 5.
We're not filming right now.
Ryan Scammell out, and Colin Wishneck. Looks like Colin Wishneck will get the win here.
Apologies for spacing out on a whole heat there. Excuse me. So many people here get caught up pretty easily.
Yeah, it looks like Colin Wishneck will get the win with 7.33. It's a good PR for him. Ryan Scammell in a close second with 7.46. And then Konstantinos Kavanis 7.56. So that's rounding out that top 3 in that heat. St. Chris goes 1 through 3. Good heat for St. Chris.
In this upcoming event, we have Hamilton George for St. Christopher's and lots of Maggie Walker athletes as well. And then 1 runner each from collegiate and 3 from Patrick Henry. This is the final heat for the boys JV 55 meter. And it looks like we are a little bit ahead of schedule as the next event, the 1600, was supposed to start at 2:30, so we'll be running a little bit ahead on time here, which
Yeah,
is
probably 10 to 15 minutes.
always appreciated, I'm sure.
Yeah, you know, Coach Ware always puts on a really good meet, so it's always impressive. And there's a false start in this section. It is JV, so there will be no disqualifications. It's just a warning to the field. We'll see who false started.
As a reminder, those guys on the straightaway, if you're on the straightaway watching, you need to back up to the black line, please.
Oh, it might not have been anyone false starting. It might have been someone.
It appears that lane 8 was the false start.
Oh, it was a false start, okay.
But it's since it's a JV race, there are no disqualifications for the first false start.
Another quick start from Patrick Henry.
Yeah.
Very
really,
fast there.
really fast.
6.65. Very good time.
Very impressive. That's a varsity level time right there.
Yeah, Nazir Hayes from Patrick Henry.
And Hamilton George appears to have gotten 7.13. So a little PR there for him. Now we're moving on to the varsity boys 55-meter dash. There are four sections, and Slade Kisner is the only Saint in this heat.
We have a little bit of a shift change here. We have Noah Switzer coming in for Hugh Cook. So he is on camera now. And he will be with us from 2 to 4. And I will be with you guys through the remainder of the meet, as Liam may be with us for most of the rest of it, if he's able.
Yeah, I'll be here off and on for the rest of the meet.
He is the Cone Czar today. Impressive title for him.
Yeah, so
That might be the highlight of the meet. Can't get. I don't think even Coach Ware has a higher title than Czar.
I don't think so. You know, very honored to have that title.
And we are honored to have you on
Thank
as
you.
the block boss and Cone Czar.
Thank you very much for having me.
All right, shot put has also wrapped up. Good job to all those competing there. That is the first heat of the boys varsity 55.
Winning time 7.19.
From Tokan Lawal from Collegiate. In the next heat, we don't have any St. Christopher's runners.
Slade Kisner, he got 8.16. So he PR'd by 0.02.
Now the final call, girls, JV 1600. Final call, girls, JV 1600. First and second call, varsity girls, section 1.
During this 1600 coming up, there'll be a lot of downtime. So we'll hope to get a various number of people commentating about something on the season. We're just talking about various things going on here at St. Chris and St. Catherine's in the coming days and some accomplishments of all seasons so far.
Yeah,
So
a quick field event update. The shot put is over. Boys pole vault is still happening along with boys triple jump.
we are off heat 2.
Strong start for Connor Marshall. And the winning time of 7.03 will go to Connor Marshall. So he was dominant that entire heat.
We did have a fall on the outside there.
Yeah.
Christian Doe, I believe. Hope he's okay. The outside lanes are pretty tough with that.
Yeah, easy to get tripped up on your feet, especially in a short race like that.
Just having to watch out for people that may be a little bit too close on the side.
Definitely.
In lanes 1 and 8. I know Coach Carlson had to make an announcement for people to stay out of that, so
Yep.
a whole nother thing to think about.
Moving on to section 3, we have Khalil Nash in lane 3, and we have George Julius in lane 5 for your St. Chris athletes in this heat.
Khalil also might come up
and
hopefully give us some insight.
I know he's running the 4x2, so probably after that.
Yeah, he said after he was done with his events for the day. But he'll give us some insight on how he felt today. And also maybe how others felt as well. And we are off. Fairly even start.
Yeah.
Fairly even finish by a lot of people there.
Winning time of 6.96 goes to goes to Tate Nelson of Freeman.
George Julius finishing in 5th there with a time of 7.06. He it looks like another scoreboard tie between him and Jaden Lee. And both of them are even just 100th of a second off second place as well. So very close finish there between 2nd and 4th.
Yeah, and Khalil Nash finished with 7.18 in 6th place. This heat we have 3 St. Chris athletes: Elijah Asari, Addison Goslin, and Hunter Garnett.
All 3 of them incredibly strong runners. And they've already qualified for states in more than one event.
Yeah, really strong field that we have here. And, you know, Maddox White would also be in this heat if he was competing in this race.
Yeah, I may go check to see what he got earlier, but I think it was somewhere in the realm of a
He got a 6.91, but that's for a
691.
60 meter
60
dash.
meter.
So it's a different distance, but really strong time.
That last 5 meters adds like half a second.
Yep, and he is the record holder for the 60 meter dash.
Yeah, he set the record at that facility last week.
Yep. So really impressive, and he's going to set some really good times in the coming years here at St. Chris.
Yeah, and he's coming off a terrible injury last year as well.
Yeah, ACL. Second ACL tear.
Yeah, second. So we are off. Addison Gosling and Hunter Garnett out front. Elijah catching up. They just got past right at the end there.
Winning time of 6.7 goes to
Lamar Booker Jr. from Collegiate. He just inched out a little bit past them right at the end.
Yeah.
And he is followed by Addison Gosling and Hunter Garnett. So strong showing from St. Chris in 2 and 3.
And Elijah Asari also getting 4th place. So the Saints went 2 through 4.
Sorry, with a time of 6.77 there as well. If you're looking at the board, the 4th place time is sometimes a little bit wonky. I don't think the line for the numbers fills in right there. And that wraps up our 55-meter dash, and we are moving on to the 1,600-meter run.
Wait for the race to start.
Liam has left us. He's going to go time. Thanks to him. He'll be back, so don't go anywhere. We're looking to have a couple more people on, give some insight into their time here so far, alongside whatever else is happening. So for St. Catherine's here, we have Emerson Croft and Maggie Boyd all coming into this with no seated time yet, so definitely looking to set a great time for themselves and get a little bit more experience with the race itself. Every week, if an athlete hasn't run a race before and they're in a meet, we try to get those times up as soon as possible. So if there's no time as of right now, by Wednesday, I believe, actually maybe just past that with a couple days off, but there will be all the times posted fairly soon. If your athlete is a St. Chris, St. Catherine's member, you can ask them to pull up the meet results or the ongoing sheet that they have and see what the results were for them and see what their seated time will be going to the next meet. So 8 laps coming up. One of the longer races here. And pole vault is still going on. So do our best to show a little bit of everything during this race.
Which one are?
And we are off for the girls JV 1600 heat 1 of 1 with Emerson Croft and Maggie Boyd from St. Catharines. I'll be right back with you after this. I'm going to go take a break real quick, and I will be back as soon as possible for the varsity heats. And I am back. Sorry for taking a bit of a long break there. It's hard to get around in this crowded indoor track sometimes. As you can see, lots of parents, lots of athletes just coming in and out depending on the event. So here we are starting heat 1 of 2 for the girls 1600 meter. And in this one, lots of deep run, collegiate, Patrick Henry, Freeman. Looking to set some personal bests. And for over half of the athletes in this one, just set a base time to go off of. So in the first little bit here, we have collegiate, followed by Freeman, followed by Patrick Henry. As this is a long one, the gaps formed in this first lap don't necessarily mean they will win, but means they set a great pace to start out with. Very impressive times. 6:15, the highest seeded time here from Freeman athlete Henley Shumadine. And I believe she's in second right now, trailing collegiate. Apologies for some of the picture cutout. I just saw that. We're looking to get right back into that in just a second. So I'll try to figure this out and be right back with you guys. All right, picture's back on, and I am joined by athlete Khalil Nash here. He's a runner, and I believe you have one more event coming up here in a little while.
4x2.
4x2.
Yep. Looking forward to it, but, I had to come commentate a little.
Yeah, we appreciate it.
For sure.
How was your first race, the 55?
Tripped out of the blocks.
Tripped out of the blocks.
Bad, but I definitely need to work on my start. So.
Yeah, the start is everything with those really short races.
For sure.
If you don't get a good start, it's hard to maintain composure.
Yeah, and you have no time to accelerate, so got to get it right.
Yeah, the blocks are most of your acceleration in that whole race. And we have Freeman overtaking collegiate here. I believe Henley Shumadine in first. Actually, collegiate just passed again, so still in the top two. Very wide gap of about 70 meters here, I believe. Opened up already. So these two athletes up front will be looking to continue opening that gap. And I think another athlete, Eric Brown, is going to be in here to take my place and tell you guys a little bit about the season so far and what's going on.
Yep, the Saints varsity track team has done a great job so far this year. I think we've run all of our meets. Special shout outs to the distance runners and all the runners out there. And
The jumpers
yeah,
as well.
the jumpers as well. Everyone who participates, so makes our team winners, I guess. So hopefully we'll have a good run at states this year.
Looks like collegiate is in the lead.
Thank you, Eric. You guys are free to come on at any point during this meet if you want to give some more insight.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
We welcome all athletes if they want to say a little bit about their event or just anything going on in the St. Chris community. Like, last night was a big night for a lot of us.
Big night, big night.
I know I mentioned it early at the start of the stream, but that was about an hour and a half ago already, so
Last
big,
night,
big.
30, almost 30-point win against Trinity.
Yeah, 23 points, 73 to 50.
Yep.
Big win there. And even earlier in the week, played against Woodbury. I believe it was 55 to
64 to 62.
yeah, 64 to 62. I believe that is a lot
really
closer.
Good game. Really good game.
Yeah,
Saints
but
came out on top.
St. Chris has been putting on a lot of great shows recently, all around campus, on track, basketball, wrestling, just everything you can think of. I know robotics even has a meet today. They're going up to Northern Virginia, Charlottesville area.
Looking to sweep the competition up there.
Yeah, very impressive year so far.
It's the year of the Saints. That's what I would like to call it.
It is. It's always the year of the Saints here.
Always. Freeman.
Yeah, Freeman remains on top here, followed by Collegiate.
Though Freeman is making that gap a lot larger.
Excuse me. We do have a finisher already, but in the continuation of the people still running. I don't know if that was a finisher. Maybe a clock error on that one. Yeah, but it looks like we do have Freeman coming out, followed by Collegiate for 1 and 2. I believe the 5:30 was a clock error, or it would be an incredibly impressive time, as the high seeded time for this heat is 6:15. So that would be a 45-second drop. I didn't see anyone pass Ennis Humidine though, so. Then now we have another collegiate runner taking third.
Very good performances from the athletes today. A lot of new PRs for the Saints.
Yeah, almost everyone. Every other runner has set a new PR.
Really good overall meet.
I think the hardest part about these meets is if you have an early event and then you have a late event, because you have to stay here and kind of just feel the pressure, maybe a little bit of anxiety, just waiting for your races.
I mean, I came today with, jumping at 11 a.m. and I think we have the 4x2 coming up soon. So.
Yeah, after the boys sections of the 1600, then we do have the 4x2, and followed by the 500 meter, then the 1,000 meter, then the 300 meter, 3,200 meter, and finally the 4x4 to end the day.
6 o'clock?
Yeah,
Yep. I want to see that.
If we are following schedule, it looks like we'd be ending right around 5:45 to 6-ish. But I think we have gotten a little bit ahead of schedule. But the 1600 and the 3200 always do set us back a couple minutes because of how much time those events do take.
Section 2 goes 1600. On the track, final call boys JV. Second call boys, section 1 varsity.
Heat 2 for varsity girls coming up here. And we have Caroline Wolf from St. Catherine's with the second highest seeded time, So she'll definitely be looking to put on a great performance here for us. And all the St. Catherine's team, all the St. Catherine's fans watching as she looks to maybe drop a couple seconds and battle it out with Hannah Clark from Hanover as their seeded times are within just about a second of each other. All right, second heat, varsity girls lining up. Lots of 1,600 runners. JV had 15 competitors. And yes, we are off.
Hanover in the lead. Though short-lived.
Maggie Walker taking a 1-2-3. Starting off with a significant pace that's much higher than their overall time. So we'll see how that plays out for them. But yeah, Maggie Walker out to a 1-2-3, followed by Hanover and then St. Catherine's. Hanover is going around the outside here.
Trying to overtake Maggie. Great pace from all the racers.
Maggie Walker overtaking again for 1-2, Hanover 3, Maggie Walker 4, St. Catherine's 5. If you guys were watching earlier and the screen went black for a couple seconds there, apologize for that. The connection cord came undone from our camera, so.
St. Catherine's in second.
Yeah, Caroline Wolf pulling out. Holding a nice pace here.
Looking like she's about to catch Maggie Walker here.
Not too many gaps in this race overall.
We should see some pretty decent times.
Approaching 2 minutes here. We'll start the next lap right about 2 minutes. Hanover just passes Maggie Walker here on this back straightaway. Followed by St. Catherine's, Caroline Wolf. Screen blipped black again there for a second. With all the camera movement around the track, it can come loose sometimes. So
Hanover Hawks in the lead.
it's incredibly impressive how so many runners' second win comes out on like the last 2 laps.
Such a long race.
Yeah, such a long race to even have that much left in you at the end is incredibly impressive.
But I will say today the runners have been very poised. It doesn't look like they've been very fatigued or anything.
Yeah, completely agree with you on that. I think everyone's kind of gotten into a cycle now
Bucks in the
Practice,
lead.
yeah, practice during the week, get ready for the meet, and then compete. Sorry for the rhyming there.
Not bad. Not bad.
No, no. Pole vault is still going on, and the pit closed 15 minutes ago for free run triple jump.
Hanover crushing the lead right now. Extending that gap with every stride.
It's about right around 20 meters between first and second place. Caroline Wolf looking to definitely throw a little bit extra into this last lap. But it seems Hanover's already put that little bit extra. Oh, this gap is closing quickly. Caroline's coming up fast. Looking to give it her all in this last 150 meters. 100 now. Gap's still right around 20, 25 meters. It'll be tough, but
Definitely possible, but we are closing.
sometimes you're not just chasing the person in front of you, you're just chasing a time.
Right on.
And seeing that board on the front straight away either makes you push harder sometimes or even just settle in. So, number one, I believe, was Hannah Clark with a time of 5:31, followed by Caroline Wolf with 5:26, followed by Maggie Walker. I believe it was Lydia Shields. Yes, Lydia Shields with a time of, they erased on the board, with a time of 5:41.
Boys, JV 1600 on the track. Final call. Boys, section 1, varsity 1600. Second call, section 2. Varsity boys 1600. This is now the first call for the 4x200 relays. 4x200 relays. You will report to the top of the straightaway where we started the 55. That is where the 4x200 relays will meet. The top of the straightaway at second call.
I think we just figured out the black screen issue. When we turn the camera too far, the connection becomes a little bit strange. So we'll be looking to limit that and just zoom out a bit on the turns. But we are now coming into the boys 1,600 meter JV with no St. Christopher's athletes in this one, but plenty of Freeman, Collegiate, Maggie Walker, Deep Run, and Hanover athletes. A couple of them looking to set seed time here, but some fairly impressive times for JV. 5 minutes, 10 seconds for Henry Mulholland from Freeman as a freshman.
The JV athletes today have been very surprising.
Yeah, some of the JV athletes. I think there was an 8th grader earlier on. Let me go back and find that. Yeah, there's been a couple.
I think someone on JV dropped a sub-7. I think they dropped a 6.6 in the 55 maybe. 6.7. Very impressive.
Might have been Madison Stevens. But yeah, lots of great talent coming up for many of these schools, including our own.
Future's bright.
The future is bright. And track continues to be a increasingly popular sport amongst them. And the boys are stepping up to the line. Eight more laps. Which just sounds daunting if you're staring at it from the line. And we are off for the first of one heat of the JV 1600. Deep run, looking out front just a bit, and Maggie Walker close second here. Excuse me, I believe Collegiate overtakes there. Yep, Collegiate is, that is not Collegiate, excuse me, that is Hanover. Hanover is overtaken by Deep Run. And they are setting a strong pace for this race already.
Nice drive.
Going into the fourth turn, excuse me. It is Hanover followed by Deep Run, followed by Maggie Walker for 1, 2, and 3.
Hanover gets back to first. Freeman's looking to overtake very sneakily. Oh.
Hanover still leading here, followed by Deep Run still. Followed by, I believe, Freeman. Could be another Deep Run athlete. It's hard to tell these jerseys apart. Yes, Freeman. Freeman is leading, followed by Deep Run, followed by Hanover. Cleo, tell me, how has the season been for you so far? How's Coach Cobb?
Pretty good guy. He's definitely helped me with the track process and becoming faster. But, season just started, so sky's the limit.
Sky is the limit. Especially with so many great performances from everyone all around this year.
Really good athletes this year. Very good.
Deep Run passes Freeman on this back stretch.
We should do well in the Invitational coming up next week as well. So
Yeah, St. Chris's Invitational meet in 6 days' time.
very promising.
This is probably the 7th time I've mentioned it to you guys, so apologies there, but
Don't miss it.
yeah, you don't want to miss it. It's going to be packed in here.
Yes. Over how many schools again?
Over 80 as of last Monday.
80 schools.
So it's definitely higher than that now.
packed house for sure.
Yeah, no, that's an extremely important one to us and to a lot of other teams looking towards the end of the season. It's crazy to think it's almost the end of January already. Halfway through now.
Time flies when you're having fun.
A lot of these student athletes, I don't know if they'd say it's fun per se, but it definitely keeps you occupied, and I think they help out with the other, whether or not we want to admit it or not.
Track is very rewarding. The process may be rough, but it's very rewarding.
Oh, we just had
okay.
we just had some showboating there from the deep run. He held up a number 1 to his team that's sitting up here, and he is looking incredibly strong, pulling
he's
out
going.
over 20 meters of a lead now. 25,
Lapping some
30.
couple guys.
Finishes incredibly strong there.
Very impressive by Frank.
That is very impressive. There are 2 deep run athletes in here, both from 8th grade. So that was either Alex Bueller or Samuel Kiefer. As an 8th grader, 5:08, very impressive still.
Not too shabby.
And the showboating.
8th grader?
As an 8th grader, yeah. Wow.
Have a very promising future on the next level.
Yeah, he kind of reminds me of our previous athlete, Ford Clark, doing very well at Bowdoin this year. He was just the other day, Bowdoin put out some rankings on their story, on their Instagram story, and I think Ford was either 3rd or 4th.
Really?
Yeah, so
Impact.
yeah, impressive so far from him up there.
He has a lot of grit. He'll hold it to the end for sure.
Yeah. Great personality too, so doesn't just bring the speed, he also brings the morale with him too.
For sure.
So now we'll conclude our heat of JV boys, and we move on to the 2 heats of boys varsity 1600. Again, no St. Chris athletes in this first heat, but we have 3 collegiate. Actually, excuse me, Will Parker from St. Christopher's is in this.
1600.
He is. We also have 4 deep run athletes, 2 Maggie Walker athletes, and 3 collegiate. So definitely a lot of contestants in this one, but still very good times from everyone. Liam Moore with a 5:03 leading the seeding from collegiate, followed by Maggie Walker, Maverick Busher with 5:03.36. So they'll probably be battling it out a lot of the time. Maybe Preston Sutherland from collegiate will head in there. Will do. Elijah Sar says hi to you guys. He came to grab collegiate to warm up for the 4x2 after these. Collegiate pulls away very quickly in this. Liam Moore pulls out to a massive gap already. It's at about 35 meters. He is smiling on this back straightaway. And only the second lap of this already. Apologize again for the screen going black for parts of this. The camera rotation kind of loosens up the connection a little bit. And it could just be the connection's overheating a little bit. I know this is the longest we've streamed on the same system for a while, so we'll look into that a little bit when we get a chance, but lots of good action here right now. I think we'll get a chance during maybe the 32. That's not for a little bit, so. Collegiate still out well ahead, 25 meters. Although Maggie Walker's closing the gap a little bit. Excuse me, Maggie Walker's closing the gap a lot. Behind Maggie Walker, we have another collegiate athlete, followed by everyone else. You can really kind of tell what events are coming up by how many people you see warming up in the infield, or what events have ended, as well as a lot of people go look to find friends from other schools that may be competing, or their own team, see how everyone is doing there. Collegiate still out. The gap is not nearly as much as it was, though. Only about a 7-meter gap between first and second place. Collegiate still holds strong with the same gap between them, about closer to 10 meters now, I believe. It's been going between 5 and 10 meters this whole time. No smile anymore, as I think he's putting all of his energy into this running. Passing on the outside. Yeah, gap is back opened a little bit. It's the last lap for many runners here. Collegiate holding strong. Liam Moore, followed by Maverick Busher. They're putting their all into this last lap. Looks like Liam has a little bit more of a kick as she's extended the gap now to 25. Right around 25. Oh, 30. She's probably going to finish right around with a 40-meter gap. With a time of 5:01, dropping 1.5 seconds from a 5:03 to a 5:015. Maverick Busher is in second. Followed by, I believe, Deep Run. Can't tell exactly who, but I do know it's Deep Run coming in third. Job those athletes, and they're still running this. This is a really tough one. Even a simple thing like messing up your pace a little bit too much can really alter the course of the race. The guys that have run this race many times know this, and even the people who just run it in practice, or even those who do it once, they can really tell a difference it makes. And I believe that concludes heat 1 of 2 for boys varsity 1600 meter. We'll be right back with you at the start of this second heat. Welcome back. Everyone is lined up for this heat, and St. Chris has 2 athletes in this one, Patrick Mayer and Declan McDonald. Patrick Mayer is coming into this with a seated time of 4:48, and Declan McDonald is coming into this time at just a fraction of a second over 5 minutes. The high seated time in this is Aiden Cassidy with 4:26, an incredibly impressive time as a junior. So he's definitely, you're going to definitely see him pull out here in the start of this after maybe just a couple laps. On the first back straightaway, we have Maggie Walker, followed by St. Christopher's Patrick Mayer, followed by Hanover. Excuse me, followed by Freeman. And I believe Freeman is just overtaking St. Christopher's on this third turn. Maggie Walker holding a couple strides of a lead, 4 or 5 meters there. Yes, Freeman pulling out Aiden Cassidy. Everyone looking to set either a time close to what they've gotten previously or a personal best. Seems Maggie Walker starting very strong. Already on the third lap with still a 7-meter lead. I'll be right back with you guys close to the end of this to see who pulls out ahead. Welcome back. Sorry, I had to take a break there. Having this headset on doesn't always feel the best for 4 hours. So anyways, Maggie Walker still with a nice lead over Freeman. Maverick Busher looking, Anthony Bastardi looking to try to get to best Aiden Cassidy from Freeman. He's going on to the last lap, 200 meters to go. About 4 minutes and 10 seconds elapsed so far, and he is still looking strong. His best time is a 4:34, it looks like, and he is very close to that. He will be just over his personal best, but he will finish the day in first for the 1600, followed by Aiden Cassidy. That concludes the boys 1600 meter, and we will be looking to head into the 4x2 relay right after this. Great job to the St. Chris athletes in that one. Patrick Mayer finishing out ahead of Declan Donald. But still good race for them, good practice, as they'll look to really shine next weekend. We'll be back with you guys in just a moment here. Welcome back once again. Thank you all for tuning in. For the first heat of the girls 4x2, it is Maggie Walker, Collegiate, and St. Catherine's B teams, all within about 6 seconds of each other. So it should be fairly competitive for this 4x2. There are 2 heats for this JV 4x2, and then also 2 heats of the varsity 4x2 for girls. The guys look roughly the same in terms of heats, so should be getting through this pretty quickly. And we are just a bit behind schedule here, but this event should make up a little bit of time for that. 1600-meter run always goes a little bit extra. And the 3200 will also go a bit extra. Everything else should run pretty quick, so we should be right about on schedule. After this event, it will be the 500-meter run, followed by the 1,000, followed by the 300, then the 3,200, and finally the 4x4. There are only 2 sections of the 3,200, actually, so that should take right about 30 minutes in total for everything going on. Pole vault still going strong. I don't know the height that has just been completed, but I can say it's probably at least 3 times my height, so maybe not 2.5. So it looks to be about 14 feet right now, and a couple of people still competing with that. I don't believe there are any St. Christopher's pole vaulters left, as Victor Olsen is not competing in that today. But typically, he's going for a long time, as he usually sets the first place at around 16 feet. Yeah, between 15.8 and 16.2, I think, is where he likes to finish every meet. But he's still practicing every day, and I know he's going to break some records here. And with that, the 4x2 first heat girls JV is getting underway, as they are getting set in their blocks. And we are off for the first heat of the girls 4x2. St. Catherine's, led by Tegan, in first, coming into this first turn. Still holding the lead. It's going to be a lot closer coming out of this first turn, the second turn, excuse me, with Maggie Walker right on par. They'll be able to break in here right after this turn. Maggie Walker breaks in first, followed by Collegiate, followed by St. Catherine's. Collegiate pulling out a nice pass here. But that favored inside lane for that handoff doesn't help them. Maggie Walker still holding. Collegiate just pulling out now, looking to break in, and she does. So come down to a very important last leg from both teams. Within 2 strides of each other. Collegiate pulls out, and it does not look like they're slowing down. St. Catherine's looking to get back in this too. Looking for an outside pass on this one, coming into the last lap. And she gets it. Quickly closing the gap that had formed, taking second for this first heat of the JV girls. Very entertaining one there. You see a lot more people cheering as these are short races, and even a little bit of encouragement or distance can really affect the outcome. Section 2 is now jogging up to their spots. And for Heat 2 of the JV girls, we have St. Catherine's JV A team in lane 5 with a seed time of 2:01. So they are 10 seconds off Freeman's A, but we've seen a lot of things happen today, so it'll be a good race regardless of the outcome. Excuse me. Welcome back. We are getting set for the second heat of the JV girls 4x2. St. Catherine's is in lane 5 for this. Everyone is now getting set and ready to go for this. Impressive height by Hanover there on the pole vault. I think it's now up to over 15 feet, has to be. And we have started the second heat of the girls' JV 4x2. We'll see how everything shakes out right after the third turn here. See what teams are leading. It's hard to really tell before they get there, as it's very spread out and they have staggered starts. So does look like St. Catherine's may be coming out of this in second, though. And they do. Behind Maggie Walker, St. Catherine's, then Deep Run, followed by Hanover. Maggie Walker continues to pull out ahead. Very strong runners for them. Gap behind St. Catherine's is around the same as it was. About 7 to 10 meters there. St. Catherine's very impressive so far. I think they're very fast right out of here by St. Catherine's. It looks like they might put up a challenge. She's closed half the distance, but there's less than a quarter of a lap to go. Still very impressive. Very fast there. Wonderful anchor. I believe that was Torrance as the anchor for the St. Catherine's A team, JV. And with that, we will be moving on to the varsity girls 4x2. And I will be right back with you for the start of that. I'd like to welcome back our cone czar and pit boss, not pit boss, excuse me, block boss, Liam Kuzawa. Tell me, how was your little excursion down on the track?
Very hectic, but great to be back.
We appreciate you being back. How are the cones? I must ask.
Great.
Great.
Yeah. Double alley for the 1600, so a lot of cones.
Yeah. Most important job, I think, on the track. No question about it. You can run through the hurdles. They're meant for that, but cones, they're hard to get around. Anyways, for St. Catherine's here, they have a seed time of 1:54 for their B team, and they will be in lane 3. And this is heat 1 of 2. So they'll be looking to get around the same time or better here, as both teams, I believe, if possible, want to compete this upcoming weekend. And they both need stellar times to do that, which they do have, but there's no harm in making it just a little bit better every time.
Yeah, definitely. Last chance to drop those seed times for the Invitational.
I wonder if there's some people who get the highest seed time possible to get into the Invitational just so they can smoke everyone else in the heat.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Definitely.
I was thinking about that, but I could never get a seed time down far enough to compete in general.
The risk is it's the limit per teams in each event, you know, so.
You just have to beat out the next person.
Yeah.
St. Catherine's set up here again in lane 3. That is the start
St. Catherine's is out really strong at the start of this 4x2. Already making up the ground. It's definitely going to be a race between Maggie Walker and St. Catherine's. I think Collegiate's a little bit out of this,
We'll see how it breaks down
this heat.
after this third corner when they can break in.
This handoff is crucial for St.
There,
Catherine's.
it looks like Maggie Walker and St. Catherine's both slowed down quite a bit for that.
Yeah, but I think St. Catherine's is going to be right
It's like Maggie Walker will break in first.
with St. Catherine's right behind.
Just about 2 strides behind, or 2 meters. Oh,
Ooh, hamstring cramp. It's a good break for St. Catherine's, taking the lead here.
Maggie Walker looking to overcome that now as they have to pass around the outside.
Yeah, St. Catherine's just has to hold them off for about 1.5 laps left.
2 strides, or about 3 meters, separates.
Strong finish for St. Catherine's on this leg. Ooh, went a little early on the handoff. Up,
Maggie Walker.
Really challenging St. Catherine's, but
Drew Atkins looking to finish off strong. And she is pulling away now.
oh yeah. Lights out finish for St. Catherine's as she comes onto the final straightaway of this race.
Gap just increasing now. Great race. It would be interesting to see what would happen without the first leg in that leg cramp there.
Definitely.
It would be a side-by-side finish for sure.
Yeah, it looks like they finished in 1 minute 56 seconds, so just a tad off of their seed time.
Not
beat out-
bad.
Yeah, not bad. Beat out Maggie Walker. We'll see how that compares to the second section of the varsity 4x2.
Yeah, St. Catherine's. Between the B and A team, there's only a 2-second difference.
Yeah, and you know, one thing with these relays are you really never know with the seed time because they can enter 4 different athletes and have the same seed time, you know, so
Yeah.
you don't know until they run.
The Hanover athlete still working on pole vault. Almost had right about, it's close to 16 feet now, so still watching him a little bit.
Yeah,
But-
getting up there. Really close on that jump. In the second section of the girls 4x2, you have Collegiate in lane 1, Maggie Walker in lane 2, Freeman in lane 3, St. Catherine's in lane 4, and Hanover in lane 5. So should be really close. Close between Freeman, St. Catherine's, and Maggie Walker. They're all within like 2-3 seconds of each other. So it should be a really good race.
Yeah, definitely between St. Catherine's, Freeman, and Maggie Walker. There'll be a fight there. Just makes it a little bit more entertaining for everyone watching, though.
Definitely, definitely. The energy in here is amazing. Feels like a championship race. It's packed.
How many people will come out? It always feels like a championship race.
Yeah, it's awesome. It's great for the athletes. Really, just have the support, and it can get loud in here. So it's
Oh, yeah.
great.
Especially during the big meets, like,
next weekend.
yeah, next weekend, the Invitational.
Going to be crazy.
And trying to think.
And we host the Prep League
Yeah,
and
we host
state championship. So the states is another very large meet.
Yeah, I was trying to think of where Nationals was hosted.
Yeah, Nationals is normally in New York
Yeah.
and Boston.
That's-
So there's there's Nike Nationals, which is in New York City, and then there's New Balance Nationals in Boston.
I think we've had athletes go to both of those in the past couple of years.
Yeah, you know, we've historically almost every year had one or two athletes go. I think this year we'll definitely have a few make the trip.
Maddox, I know for sure.
Yep, and I know, you know, Noah Smith, a freshman, He could
Yeah.
be competing, I don't know if at the championship level, but he could be in the freshman race at nationals.
He's
But
trying to overtake his brother's records, I think, here.
Yeah, he's very close, within 3 seconds of the 500 record, and he's only a freshman. So amazing next 4 years for him, for sure.
It's ridiculous to me.
Very impressive.
I don't know if Noah will want to see his records fall. I mean, excuse me, I don't know if Ian will want to see his records fall to his brother, but it might be a bittersweet moment.
Definitely, you know, I think records are meant to be broken, and it would be pretty remarkable to have your brother break your records. So I think it's definitely bittersweet.
The dinner table in a couple years' time.
Yeah,
I
definitely.
can imagine some competition there.
There's already competition at the Smith dinner table.
There's always competition there. Two incredible runners.
For sure.
Both that we've been fortunate to host.
Good start for St. Catherine's, really making up the lead on this first leg, which is huge for them. I mean,
yeah, Patrick Henry and St. Catherine's close.
yeah, Patrick Henry putting up a good fight.
Getting that baton to
Oh
St. Catherine's.
Yeah,
That quick handoff,
Kennedy
incredibly
Dranch
important.
is just blowing them out of the water right at the break. At least 10 meters ahead of the field, you know, just. She'll be passing off to Leslie Armstrong. Should be another strong athlete for St. Catherine's. Collegiate's making up some ground here.
Yeah, Collegiate and Patrick Henry looking to close the gap. They're doing so, but slowly.
Collegiate's definitely trying to bring their seed time down. It's at 2:09 right now, so they should definitely be able to pull this off. But St. Catherine's still in a 10-meter or so lead.
Increased right on that last stretch. Aseye Gaddy now here.
Trying to close it down for St. Catherine's.
I think they might get.
Collegiate's coming with a strong fourth leg.
Very strong runners from both Collegiate and St. Catherine's here.
It's going to be a tight finish, but
I think St. Catherine's has it.
We'll see. Collegiate's gaining.
St. Catherine's got it all the way.
You called it. Close finish, but St. Catherine's was able to pull that one out.
I held hope. But
and that's a better seed time for that team. That's a 151.2, dropping down by about a second. And then Collegiate dropped over 10 seconds, close to 20 seconds, down to 151.42. So great finishes for both of those teams.
Yeah, like you were saying, they probably switched out a couple people between the teams.
Definitely. Now we'll move to the junior varsity boys 4x2. We have Deep Run in lane 2 and lane 3, Maggie Walker in 4, and then Collegiate in 5.
Deep Run, both A and B teams are untimed so far, so they'll be both in the JV heat number 1.
Yeah, so these JV teams are trying to get their seed times for later in the season for sure.
So there'll probably be a little bit of a intra-school competition here.
Definitely. It'll be interesting to watch, especially because they're next to each other lane-wise.
It'll be fun. And we'll be back with you right before the start of this one. Thank you guys for tuning in. Welcome back. Each team is getting everyone set up in. Actually, I don't think Maggie Walker's using blocks for this one. Interesting strategy.
I think the majority of the teams, I don't think there's a single team using blocks.
Interesting. A very interesting strategy there.
Yeah, you see this a lot in a junior varsity race, just younger athletes who have less experience using blocks, so it's more beneficial for them to do a standing start. Pretty even start here for this race. Everyone's pretty evenly spaced.
Very evenly spaced, I think.
Yeah, collegiate's, you know, definitely pulling away, and it appears deep runs. B team is
Maggie
struggling.
Walker fumbled the baton handoff there.
Really, oh, Andy just stumbled there, but really making up a lot of ground, and Deep Run just took the lead at the break with Collegiate and Maggie Walker in tow, so really, really good race. Deep Run still holding on. Will be good handoffs for all three of them, but Deep Run still the favorite in this race. Maggie Walker made a move, passing Collegiate. Slowly closing the gap on Deep Run. This fourth leg is going to be interesting for sure.
Oh yeah, only about 1.5 strides. Oh, poor handoff by Maggie Walker again.
That probably cost them the race right there.
That may have. Because you see, even then.
Now we have Collegiate. Closing the gap. Will he have enough time? We'll see.
He is determined, that's for sure.
This
is going to be another close one.
Another close one, but it appears Deep Run is able to hold them off.
Deep Run has lots of great runners.
Solid time for Deep Run, 148.11, so that's a good time, given they had no time coming in here. Collegiate got in a close second with 148.72. So that dropped, that was right around their PR. In the second heat of the boys JV 4x2, we have Collegiate lane 1, St. Chris lane 2, Patrick Henry lane 3, Maggie Walker lane 4, and Hanover in lane 5. Should be a really good race there. And checking in on the last field event of the day, pole vault is still going.
He just cleared that. I don't know what height that is, but
yeah, the Hanover
that looks like
just
over 16.
It's pretty tall. I don't know what it's at right now, but we'll definitely check in with you once the scores are finalized for this event.
Yeah, we'll go grab some of the results, see how the field events played out coming up soon.
Yeah, we can get a score update for overall score for the teams.
In other news, St. Christopher's basketball went out to Catholic today, and unfortunately they lost 58-62.
Yeah, unfortunate loss there, but you know, I think they've had a tough week, just large game schedules, and should be good to kind of get a few days to rest.
Yeah, having the big games they've had and having to keep up for so long, it's tough.
Yeah, you know, coming off that John Marshall win is just, I think, really changed the team dynamic, and I think hopefully they can carry that forward. Luckily, Catholic is not in the prep league, so our prep league rankings will stay the same.
Yeah, it doesn't affect the in-league statistics, so just the overall rankings in nationally.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how our national ranking is. We're at 75 currently, so it could change with that loss today.
Hopefully it doesn't, but we'll see how it plays out. I know John Marshall. We beat them. We were unranked. We beat them. We got 75th, but their ranking didn't really go down. So
But yeah,
it'll be interesting to see.
I think John Marshall's ranking of 15 is a little generous.
It's handpicked,
to say the
so
least.
it
you know?
is handpicked.
But they are a very strong school, multiple D1 offers on that team, and pretty impressive that we were
They
able
do
to
have a
hold our own.
5-star as well.
Yeah.
It's not just multiple offers, but highly ranked individuals.
Yeah, really impressive we were able to hold up with them. Really carried by Brandon Jennings.
Yeah, Brandon's done so great this year. Even after he knows he's going to VCU to play basketball, he's still putting up shows.
Definitely.
For his fans, his coaches, his team,
It's
and
impressive.
everyone.
Yeah. And they're off. Good start for everyone, Maggie Walker especially. St. Chris a little farther back, but a close race. And Patrick Henry pulling far ahead. St. Chris is slowly closing the gap. Hopefully the second leg, Hamilton George, will be able to make a big difference. Good handoff for St. Chris.
Good handoff for Patrick Henry as well.
Yeah, definitely. St. Chris passed Hanover and is in a close pursuit of Maggie Walker. Hamilton George really closing that gap, but could make this second place finish interesting. Patrick Henry, another successful handoff, along with Maggie Walker and St. Chris.
Maggie Walker closing the gap very fast right now.
Very fast. Henry Nelson really pushing through, trying to close this gap. Good news for St. Chris as it appears they will be beating Collegiate, so that rivalry school will not get the best of them in this race. Another good handoff for St. Chris.
You can almost feel when these guys run by.
Yeah, it's really impressive. Looks like Patrick Henry will close this one out with Maggie Walker coming in second and St. Chris third.
Wasn't even close for Patrick Henry.
Yeah, Hanover in fourth, and then Collegiate will round the fifth spot out. Patrick Henry ended with 140.02.
That's above their seed time by 7 seconds still.
Yeah.
So that just shows the gap could have been much larger.
Yeah, that Patrick Henry team is really impressive. Just a lot of good athletes, and it's only a junior varsity team.
Oh,
so,
yeah.
Actually, correction, the 133 appears to also be their varsity seed time. So they
carried over, okay.
JV. But now
140 is still impressive for a JV team.
Yeah, definitely. Anything in that 140, 142 range is really impressive. But now we'll move on to the boys 4x2 varsity. Deep Run, Collegiate, and Thomas Jefferson. So should be an interesting first heat. There are two heats in boys varsity.
After this, these two heats, we have the 500-meter dash coming up. So stay tuned.
Yeah, a good slate of events. 500, then 1,000, 300, 3,200, and then closing the night off with the 4x4. The highly anticipated 4x4. St. Chris, I know, is entering their top team into the 4x4 tonight, so it should be a really good race.
Again, a lot of what St. Chris is doing is based on the upcoming meet
100%.
here.
We entered our best team for the 4x4 to hopefully improve our seed time because we have not run an all-out 4x4 this year. So it should be a good race there, and I know there'll be really good performances in the 500 and the 1,000 coming up.
There's always
this
good
4x4.
performances.
Yep, definitely. The pole vault is continuing to go. They just raised the height to what looks to be above 16, but we are still unsure about that.
We are too far away to actually read the very tiny numbers that already are on there. But
very impressive from Hanover. I know St. Chris, we don't have our star vaulter, Victor Olson, here.
I gave him a shout out a couple times already. But yeah.
Talk about another impressive performance from only sophomore. I mean, he's right on the cusp of breaking the school record, so you know.
Getting set for this first heat, boys varsity 4x2.
Yep, they're in their blocks right now. About to get underway.
Let me just tell you, these guys are fast.
It's really impressive how fast you can move your body, and you can just, it's really on display in the 4x2. Good start for collegiate.
He's not even making it look like he's going that fast.
Yeah, it's really impressive.
The bigger you are, the...
Looks almost effortless.
Yeah. A very fast slow down there.
I mean, they're around half a turn ahead, but deep runs looking good. A little jostle in the break, but they're catching up. Thomas Jefferson in third. Deep run is passing collegiate after making up about a 30-meter yard, 30-meter gap.
Yeah.
But collegiate's hanging on. We'll see what happens. Deep run, about 2 meters ahead. Really impressive.
Now you can feel them run by. He just made it. Whoa.
Hanover just cleared.
After they're done, I'm gonna.
And collegiate falls, giving deep run. Oh, and now Thomas Jefferson just fell.
I think the collegiate fall might have tripped up the Thomas Jefferson runner.
Yeah.
But now they are in a race with each other. Deep run is gone.
Is here. Collegiate giving them the inside for Thomas Jefferson to pass him.
That is a strange
That is a bad
move.
strategy there. And Thomas Jefferson coming away with second place after a really unfortunate series of events. I know that collegiate athletes definitely did not try to trip up the Thomas Jefferson athlete, but we will let you know once we have an update about him. He is currently being attended to by Robin, our trainer.
Yeah, definitely. Robin is the best the best in
the country. She's amazing.
I was going to say the East Coast, but as trainers go, you wouldn't want to have anyone. You couldn't have anyone better than Robin.
Yeah, the amount of work she puts in, the tough hours, she's one of a kind.
Even when she's busy, she'll make sure to help you out with whatever you need, whether it be tape, whether it be
stretches,
yeah, stretches.
She's there, and she's at every meet all day. It's really impressive. But yeah, that was an impressive race. Back end, you know, Thomas Jefferson coming in with second place in collegiate and third. So that's a tough blow for collegiate's A team because definitely affecting their times. In in the second section of the boys 4x2. We have Hanover in lane 1, Freeman lane 2, St. Christopher's in lane 3, Patrick Henry lane 4, and Maggie Walker rounding out in lane 5. So
For St. Chris, we have Eric Brown. He is the starter, followed by Khalil Nash, followed by Jaden Brown, with Addison Goslin as anchor.
that's our A team right there. They're all really impressive and looking to just improve their time. I know we had a great race last weekend in Virginia Beach with our 4x2 team, and so this is just getting in a few more reps before before they have to do it in the Invitational next week.
Indeed. We'll be right back with you right at the start of this. All right, welcome back. Everyone getting settled into their blocks. St. Christopher's here in lane 3 with the fastest seed time by just about a second.
Yeah, St. Chris is currently #1 in the state for our 4x2 team, right ahead of Woodbury Forest. Woodbury Forest is another powerhouse for track in Visa Division 1.
You're supposed to be on camera, right? Well, yeah, okay. 4 to 6.
And we have another shift change here. Robert Head is checking in for
Noah Switzer.
Noah Switzer, yes. So we welcome him to the stream, and he is now your cameraman. And that is the start of the 4x2. St. Chris starting very strong. Maggie Walker also strong.
Patrick Henry has a little hiccup, giving St. Chris second place.
Maggie Walker out very far, though.
Very far.
And Patrick Henry is coming right back into it.
Yeah, after that hiccup, they're coming back in to pass St. Chris right before the handoff.
Khalil Nash now with
Great
the baton.
handoff.
Great stride, too.
St. Chris will be second at the break, followed closely by Patrick Henry. Patrick Henry staying close to Khalil Nash. Good handoff to Jaden Brown, who's going to hopefully close the gap between St. Christopher's and Maggie Walker.
That is impressive stride there.
The screen is blacked
Patrick Henry still holding on to Jaden Brown.
Collegiate getting, Patrick Henry getting very close. But Addison Goslin coming out strong.
Attempting to close the gap with Maggie Walker.
Doing his best. He's gotten it down to half. Will he have enough time? It's getting close.
It's really close.
You think? I think he's going to do it.
And I think Maggie Walker.
Let's see. Let's see how it plays out. 1:36.66 is the time.
Yeah,
and
giving
Maggie
it to
Walker,
Maggie Walker
just getting out. Same time, but
Maggie Walker got the win.
The invisible force that tracks these times is putting Maggie Walker out front. And we'll be right back with you for the girls JV 500 meter.
How's it going today? I'm Thomas Ferguson, subbing for Liam Kurzawa, who was just in. I'll be here for the next couple hours. Get you started. The girls 500 meter dash JV is coming up next, so we will be seeing them take off soon.
Where did JT go?
So the girls 500 JV is about to start here. Have a good slate of events left here. And next week, for the St. Chris Invitational, that'll be streamed on Milestat. So if y'all want to watch that, tune into milestat.com, and you'll be able to watch that meet there. Other Saints news: Saints got a big win against Trinity last night in basketball, beat them by 25 or so. They are on the road at Catholic today. We will not be streaming that, but we will be streaming next week. We'll have some St. Chris basketball games to stream. Besides that, we got 500 starting up here soon. We'll be back when that kicks off. We're off with the JV girls 500 here. This is the first heat. Got the 2 deep run. Girls are in first here. Everybody's trying to pace themselves. So that's Charlotte Lowry and Abby Columbell in first right now for deep run. Coming around for their second lap here. Deep run still holds the lead here. Collegiate is gaining. Deep run will pull away here. And deep run will have the first finisher there. That'll be Charlotte Lowry from deep run, posting a time of 1 minute, 37 seconds, and 73 seconds. Up next, we have the second heat of the girls JV 500. They'll be kicking off soon. The second heat is off here. We have
Here's the first call, girls JV 1000. First call, girls JV 1000.
the deep run. See, that's going to be Ashley Castle from deep run. Strong lead here. She'll be followed by Collegiate's Kate Hogan.
I am back with some results from the field events for you. Those of you who maybe stuck around for this, but we'll get those to you right after this second heat.
And Castle continues her strong lead here as they, take down this final lap here. And that'll be Ashley Castle finishing first with a time of 1 minute, 36 seconds. We'll get ready here for the third heat of this girls 500-meter dash.
So the current rankings for schools so far. For varsity, St. Chris leading with 66 points from the field events. Patrick Henry in second with 31. Collegiate in third with 29. These are just for the field events. So running events still incredibly important as the totals are not too massive. And for JV, Patrick Henry leads with 70 points. St. Christopher's School in second with 43rd, and Hanover High School, in third with 29 points. Those are the results after the field events.
And this third heat is off and running now.
For the JV girls pole vault, in first, we had Caitlin Smith from Maggie Walker with a height of 7'6". Actually, we have a tie for first, and Bhavya Gamadi with also a height of 7'6" from Maggie Walker. In third place, we had Annie Coolin from St. Catharines with a height of 7 feet. For girls pole vault varsity, we had Mercedes Luna from Maggie Walker with a final height of 10 feet. Azaria Bailey, Kate Bowman with a height of 9 feet 6 inches, and Azaria Bailey with a height of 9 feet from collegiate.
And as we approach this last lap, the two St. Catharines runners will be in the lead here, followed by Maggie Walker's and Vincent.
A little bit of overtaking here on this last turn with St. Catharines passing Maggie Walker.
And St. Catharines will win.
We may have
this
another
race.
runner passing.
Top time being 1 minute, 33 seconds, 45 milliseconds.
For girls long jump JV, we had Holt Williams from St. Catharines in first with a height of with the length of 14 feet 10 and a half inches. In second place, Anna Reese White from Collegiate with 14 feet 1 inch. And third place, Emma Rano from St. Catharines with 13 feet 11 3/4 inches.
Next race that we will have up for you all is the girls 500 meter dash, the varsity. There'll be 3 heats for that race.
For varsity girls long jump, we had Lauren Blake from Maggie Walker in first with a final distance of 16 feet 5 and a half inches. In second, we have Azaria Bailey from Collegiate with a final distance of 15 feet 8 inches. And in third place, Emily Rucker from Maggie Walker with a distance of 15 feet 5 inches.
And this will be the varsity girls 500 taking off here.
For girls triple jump junior varsity, we have Fielding Teague from Maggie Walker in first with a distance of 32 feet 3 and a half inches. In second, we have Allison Sommer from Hanover with a distance of 31 feet 1 inch. And in third place, also from Hanover, Ellie Caldas from Hanover with a final distance of 29 feet and 11 inches. For varsity girls triple jump, in first place, Emily Rucker from Maggie Walker with a final distance of 36 feet and 5 inches. Mercedes Luna from Maggie Walker with the final distance of 34 feet 5 and a half inches. And in third place, from St. Catharines, Asaya Gaddy with a final distance of 33 feet 2 and a half inches.
And as the runners approach this final lap here, we have Lainey Jennings from Hanover in first place. And she looks to maintain that lead as she makes the final turn and enters the straightaway here.
The 500 is just a very physically taxing race. incredibly difficult to pace. It is called a dash, but it's very difficult to remain at such a high pace the whole race.
And that will be Laney Jennings placing first, time of 1 minute 41.52 seconds.
And finally, for the last of the girls' results from the field events, we have Maggie Josriak from Maggie Walker with a distance of 24 feet 3 inches. Carrie Peterman from Hanover with a distance of 23 feet 6.5 inches. And Madison Dyer from Patrick Henry with a distance of 23 feet. That's for JV. And for girls varsity, Jemiah Minor from Patrick Henry, distance of 33 feet 4 inches. Ashley Grace Johnston from collegiate with a distance of 31 feet 9 inches. And Emerson Tierney from St. Catharines with a distance of 30 feet and a half inch. That wraps up your field event results for the St. Catharines teams. For the girls teams, excuse me, not just St. Catharines.
And the second heat of this girls varsity 500 meter dash is taking start.
St. Catharines holding a decent lead here, about 7 to 8 meters.
And St. Catharines will take this lead into the final lap of this race.
Lead is growing. It used to be about 7 meters. Now it's about double that, right around 15. Coming to the last 150 meters right off that turn.
And St. Catharines goes around this final turn and into the straightaway. And it looks like she'll have enough to take it home for the Saints.
Very strong finish there. Not letting anything up right until the finish line.
1 minute. It's going to be 1 minute, 29 seconds, and 92 milliseconds.
And now for the boys' results. Let me find boys' long jump. All right. Here we are. For boys JV, Nazir Hayes from Patrick Henry for boys junior varsity long jump, final distance of 20 feet 8.25 inches. Edwin Henderson from Patrick Henry, final distance of 20 feet 1 3/4 inches. And Nasir Diggs from collegiate with a final distance of 18 feet 4 3/4 inches.
And the third girls 500 meter dash heat has taken off.
Excuse the interruption there. Maggie Walker cutting in first, pulling ahead of collegiate. Maggie Walker, collegiate Saints. The positions hold true.
Yeah, Maggie Walker will
They
hold
come into
this
the last
lead.
lap. St. Catharines trailing 1 Maggie Walker and 2 collegiate runners. Collegiate looking to overtake Maggie Walker here in the back straightaway. 100 meters to go.
They would do just that. Approaching this final turn into the straightaway. And collegiate will finish off strong.
Collegiate in 1 and 3 after that race. Good race there. Have some more field results for the boys here. For the boys long jump varsity, Devin Ruse from Patrick Henry, final distance of 21 feet and a quarter inch. Lamar Booker Jr. from collegiate, final distance of 20 feet, 11 and a half inches. And our own Addison Goslin from St. Christopher's with a final distance of 20 feet and 9 inches. For the boys triple jump JV, we had St. Christopher's Colin Wishnack with a final distance of 37 feet and a quarter inch. John Williams from Hanover with a final distance of 37 feet. And Nazir Hayes from Patrick Henry with the final distance of 36 feet and 3 inches.
Next track event we have coming up is the boys 500 meter JV dash. No St. Chris runners in the first heat. There will be 2 heats with Henry Russell from St. Chris running in the second heat of that race.
And we are off, and it looks like collegiate pulling out a little bit ahead here.
Yep.
Only 2 runners in this event, so not necessarily too competitive. But when you see that clock on the back or on the front straightaway, excuse me, you really start to push yourself.
Yeah, even when it's just 2 runners trying to set a new PR, anything to keep you motivated.
And if you catch yourself looking at the clock, you want to go just that much faster because you know that did take a little bit of time. All right, for the boys shot put JV, we had Walter Cart from St. Christopher's in first with a final distance of 38 feet, 4 3/4 inches. Landon Conlick from Patrick Henry with a final distance of 33 feet and 3 inches. And Cale McCormick from Collegiate with a final distance of 30 feet, 8 3/4 inches. For boys shot put varsity, we had Theo Cross from St. Christopher's in first with a final distance of 40 feet, 6 1/4 inches. Zion Hill from Thomas Jefferson with a final distance of 37 feet, 1 1/2 inches. And Frankie Baines from Patrick Henry with a final distance of 36 feet, 5 1/4 inches.
And it'll be the collegiate runner winning this race at a time of 1 minute 28.21 seconds.
Seems we're having a lot of people kind of drop out of these races here now that it's getting towards the end of the meet, either from overexerting themselves earlier or maybe even pulling a muscle, as we've seen some falls here in this meet already. Sometimes you just know it's not going to be your race, and you want to save yourself for upcoming events.
And the second heat is off. It's boys JV 500 meter dash.
It's like Henry Russell for St. Christopher's pulling out with a great pace. But Maggie Walker does overtake there. In the back stretch on the break-in, Maggie Walker has about a 10-meter lead over Henry Russell, and Henry Russell has another 8 meters over Maggie Walker.
The Maggie Walker runner will look to hold this lead around the last lap here. Henry Russell trying to gain on him.
Yes. I also believe I skipped over the boys triple jump varsity. We have 2 top 3 finishers there, so I can't skip over that. We have Henry Rice from St. Christopher's with a final distance of 41 feet, 7 1/4 inches. Devin Ruse from Patrick Henry with a final distance of 41 feet, 4 1/2 inches. And Durham Dodson from St. Christopher's with a final distance of 39 feet, 9 1/2 inches. And that will wrap up your field results.
And it'll be 1 minute 20.34 seconds. Maggie Walker winning that race.
Again, for those of you watching, if you want to go back and watch any part, but you don't want to miss the action, this video recording will be uploaded to our StC TV page, I believe, and kept up if you want to go back and watch your friend or your kid's event. And I believe before, you can even catch some field events, whether it be pole vault, shot put, any of the jumping events, or high jump. So
Got the boys varsity 500 meter dash coming up here. Deep run, taking the lead around the corner here over the Freeman runner.
Matthew Noble holding strong in third, looks to pass on the outside. And he does. Matthew Noble in second.
Deep run holds a strong lead here going into the final lap. Matthew Noble looks to gain on him.
Deep Run has some strong runners in all competition. They've been known for it for many years in cross country and outdoor track, as well as indoor track.
And the Deep Run runner will hold his lead around the final turn and through the straightaway, and will win this race.
Matthew Noble, though, also with an impressive time, finishing that.
Time of 1 minute, 17.57 seconds for the Deep Run runner there. That was the first of 2 heats in this event.
Lots more heats and events coming up, and we'll be right back with you. Actually, we will stay with you through this next one. And then I myself will take a quick break as we prepare for the 1,000-meter run.
If we can get a deep run coach over to the finish line area, that would be appreciated.
No St. Chris athletes in this last heat, but we do have an 8th grader from Freeman with a time of 1:15 coming into this. Very impressive. Seen lots of young talent here today. After this first turn, it looks like Collegiate staying strong in first, followed by another Collegiate, followed by Patrick Henry, then Freeman.
And Collegiate will still keep the first 2 runners in this event as they head to the final lap of this race.
Collegiate still holding 1 and 2, followed by Patrick Henry.
And Collegiate will win the race with a very impressive time of 1 minute, 9 seconds, and 72 milliseconds.
And that is Jack Smith for Collegiate dropping. Actually, correction. Correction. Ben Whitcamp from Collegiate dropping a fraction of a second on that, but that's still very impressive. He has already qualified for states, and he's followed by Jack Smith from Collegiate, who was within a second of his seed time. So very good race from all of them. Definitely going to keep an eye out for them coming into the Invitational next weekend.
We have
All right, I will be right back with you guys. I'm going to grab something from the concession stand, but fear not, we still have 2 people standing by.
We're here starting for the girls JV 1,000 meter run. We firing the gun any moment now. We have 2 heats for this event. Two St. Catharines runners in this group. Emerson Croft and Kaylee Mugen. And the runners are off.
Final call, next section, final call.
And the collegiate runner will take a lead here. A long race here that definitely needs pacing. And the Freeman runner will take the lead here from the collegiate runner. And Freeman will hold this lead. Going into the 3rd lap of this race. And Freeman will continue to hold this lead going into the straightaway of this third lap. Going into this fourth lap here, seems the two Freeman runners will have the lead, one overtaking the other for first place. And Freeman will hold this lead going in to the final lap of this race. Freeman still has the first two runners in the lead. However, the lead runner has a huge gain and has lapped two of the Maggie Walker runners and will win this race with a time of 3 minutes, 48.48 seconds. And second place coming down to it, and Freeman will take it as well with third, followed by Collegiate. As we finish the first heat of this girls' JV 1,000 meter run. Next heat coming up features three St. Catherine's runners, Harper Huffman, Annie Huffman, and Janie Filer will all compete in this next heat of the JV girls 1,000 meter run.
Girls JV second section on the track. Gonna call girls varsity 1,000.
And the second heat has lined up here. And the gun is about to be fired here to start the second heat of the girls 1,000 JV meter run. And Maggie Walker will hold the lead going into the second lap. Maggie Walker still holds the lead here. Going into this third lap. Maggie Walker still holds the lead, but Patrick Henry gaining, looking to take over. See, and Maggie Walker is pulling away from Patrick Henry runner, but the Patrick Henry runner still has an obtainable distance as they have about a lap and a quarter left here. Last lap here, Maggie Walker still holds the lead. And will gain distance on this Patrick Henry runner as she heads to the final straightaway and will place first with a time of 3 minutes, 25.24 seconds. Next race we have going on here is the varsity girls 1,000 meter run once this one concludes.
Now we are beginning the 1,000 meter girls varsity after an impressive JV outing from both heats. Great times, some PRs even made, and definitely more PRs looking to be made coming up.
Downing, Stone, Noble. Excuse me.
Yeah, go for it.
Section 1, varsity girls 1,000. We should have Dakota, Oster, Kaya, Gilman, Schwab, Fahed, and Farrell.
No St. Catherine's athletes here in this first event. And we have two St. Catherine's athletes in this second heat. But very impressive times all around the board looking at this roster. mid 3.5 minutes for heats 2 and 3, and right around 4 minutes for heat 1, with some people looking to set a time for themselves here in this event. As the events get more drawn out, some people tend to either drop races depending on how they're feeling, or have to drop races depending on how far the schedule gets behind. As of right now, let me check the schedule. For the 1,000 meter run, it looks like, yes, we are about 30 some minutes behind. Right around there. Excuse me, maybe even past that, because we just finished the girls JV. Either way, Ileana Bupp from Patrick Henry, the person to watch this race with lowest seed time coming into this one.
What? Did you go to a wrestling meet last week? All that.
And we are off for the first section of varsity girls 1,000 meters. Collegiate pulls out front early. No big lead being created here. Collegiate followed by Patrick Henry, followed by Deep Run, followed again by Patrick Henry. Also, to announce the pole vault final, I know we were commenting about how high it looked earlier. It didn't get to 16 feet, although it looked like it could have. We had a maximum height of 15.4 by Todd Benhes from Hanover. He missed on 15.7, so very impressive from him. He was going there for a while. Todd Benhes' younger brother, it looks like, Jack, also, he placed second for Hanover with a height of 13 feet. And then for third place, it was a tie for 11.6 between Martin Gable from Maggie Walker and Vivol Weatherford from Freeman. Back to the race. It looks like Collegiate pulled out a commanding lead so far. No one remarkably close. We did have a few people drop, as it only looks like there's 5 out of 8 in the event. But Rosie Farrell, her first time running this timed, is crushing competition. She's followed by Deep Run from about 150 meters behind. And then Patrick Henry in third. And Collegiate is just about to overlap. So very impressive. Her time's going to look to be around 3:30. Maybe just under that for this race. Final time 3:24.26. And I'm at 3:24.33. And she crushed competition. No one close. No one yet finished. Everyone else is just getting to their final lap. So very quick. 3:24 would actually put her in the final and fastest heat of the 1,000 meter. For those who stuck with us through most of the meet so far, we appreciate you guys, and we're looking forward to getting the rest of these events out there, although we are a little bit behind schedule. So we'll be here a bit longer than we planned, and I think we'll be have been streaming for almost 7 hours by the end of this.
Yeah, I mean, that's crazy.
First heat just about finished. Overall, very impressive performances from just about everyone from every school. I would like to say especially St. Chris and St. Catherine's, though. They have really been working on figuring out teams for relays, and just, even if it's not PRs, just practicing events, practicing some starts, and getting used to even more competition, as there's lots of young talent all across the board. We're getting into the second heat of the Girls 1000, and for St. Catherine's, we have Charlotte Smith and Campbell Burnett. Campbell Burnett is actually in 8th grade. So, like I was saying, very young talent. Impressive time for that so far. 3:31.19. And she's not far off any of these other times, so we may see an upset here today.
And the girls will line up, and the gun is about to be fired here. And they're off.
Maggie Walker taking a step out ahead. Collegiate coming around the outside on this, maybe. Neck and neck here on the first straightaway. Goes Maggie Walker, Collegiate, Saints, top three.
And Maggie Walker looking to expand their lead here, coming down the straightaway of this first lap, about to head in to the second.
Saints have now passed Collegiate and are about to give Maggie Walker a run for it. I don't think they know they're going up against an 8th grader.
And St. Catherine's looking to gain here on Maggie Walker, cutting it closer after passing that collegiate runner. But Maggie Walker will keep the lead going into the third lap.
Still fairly close, only about 5 meters between.
And only the second of 5 laps here, so they've got plenty of time to gain some ground and potentially pass the Maggie Walker leader. Going to this third lap, Maggie Walker is pulling away a little bit here.
Freeman now in third, though. Madeline Garrett.
And Callie Kennedy will hold on to this lead and into this last lap.
That bell always gives everyone a little bit of extra wind as we see St. Catherine's runner,
Yep.
Campbell Burnett,
She's been waiting to.
pushing hard.
She was waiting for that last lap. She's going to use her power and take over Maggie Walker.
She didn't just take over. She crushed that gap and blew past it. Now about a 10-meter lead for Campbell Burnett there.
And down the last straightaway, she will win this race. 3 minutes, 23.71
New
seconds.
PR for her by just over 7 seconds. Very nice job.
That is a huge leap in a PR.
To be winning the middle heat as an 8th grader, it's incredibly impressive. And to drop a significant amount of time like that, middle of the season, even more impressive. Like I was saying many times this evening, what Liam, what Khalil, what everyone has said, lots of young talent. And there'll be some really good athletes, really good teams here because of all the work they're putting in now.
And we have the third heat coming up after we finish the second heat. No St. Catherine's runners featured in the third heat, but still sure to be a great race.
And we'll be right back with you at the start of that.
And we're back for the third heat here.
And we are off. With Freeman jumping out to an early lead, followed by Actually, Freeman is in the top 3 right now, coming into this first turn, followed by 3 Maggie Walker athletes, followed by Collegiate, and then Hanover, I believe. Yes.
Very strong start for Freeman runners in this race. As the first lap, they'll have two in the first two positions. And Freeman builds their lead here, approaching this third lap. And Freeman will continue to build upon this strong lead. Maggie Walker follows, but Freeman has got a healthy lead. And Freeman will keep this lead going into the final lap of this race. And Freeman will take it home, 3 minutes, 8.98 seconds.
Just a bit off the PR there, but still very impressive time. Under 3:10 is a great accomplishment, and she has already qualified for states before this meet. So just looking for a little bit of practice.
And we are on to the boys JV 1,000 meter run. There'll be 2 heats of that race.
About half of this heat is for the first heat of the boys JV 1,000 is looking to get a seed time. So could be some very fast runners in here, and we'll have to wait to find out.
And no St. Chris runners in either of these 2 heats.
Both St. Christopher's runners will be in Heat 2 of the boys varsity. The longest event of the night still is not happened quite yet. The 3,200 meter. So that'll be an extra 30 minutes on to anything we do. So if you're sticking around, plan for that. If no one is in that event, it's a good time to grab a break, grab a snack, or stick through with us, and we will give you all the information going on, and we'll talk to some other people as well. We'll get maybe even some other schools' teams on here, see what they have to say about the meet so far.
All right, this is the first and second call for the 300 boys and girls 300 runners. The 300 starts over near the garage door. Same court as the high jump, same end as the high jump. If you are not in the 300, you should not be on the court for the high jumpers, please. We can have all 300 runners head towards that first court where the high jump mats are.
And Maggie Walker takes a strong lead going into the second lap here.
You're going to be stuck here past 6, just so you know.
What?
You're going to be stuck here past 6, just so you know.
Why?
It's already 5:08, but you still have a lot to do.
Oh, when do they end?
6:45 probably.
And Maggie Walker will keep this lead and a dominant lead.
Quick apologies for the technical error. Screen's going black again. We'll get that fixed in just a second.
It's not, the core's not fully in, that's the problem.
And Maggie Walker will keep a very healthy lead over the pack, followed by a collegiate runner.
There's not too much game doing it in the past.
Final lap coming up here as the Maggie Walker runner will keep this lead and looks to finish strong. Two collegiate runners in
It's not working at all.
in second and third position.
There we go. Let go of it. Let go of it. The camera. I'm at the court, not the camera.
And Maggie Walker coming down this last straightaway will keep and win this race. Time of 3 minutes, 15.52 seconds will be the top time.
Don't touch the cord if you can. He's blacking out though.
And that will be a PR for the first heat set by the Maggie Walker runner.
There's no delay anymore.
It's weird.
The delay went off.
That's very strange. Oh, it's because I'm on the. There's still delay here.
Oh.
It's because I went to the streaming system.
And they will set up for the next heat of this JV boys 1,000 meter run. And we're off for this second heat of the JV boys 1,000 meter run. Patrick Henry will have the lead going into this second lap. Patrick Henry will keep their lead. Maggie Walker gaining here.
I've been here. I don't really get what you're saying. You're like. Robert Head signing on.
Patrick Henry keeps this lead going into this fourth lap.
Maggie Walker closing in.
And the gap will widen. Patrick Henry with a healthy lead going into this final lap.
Patrick Henry entering the final stretch.
And they will get the job done. Time of 3 minutes, 8.87 seconds. And we will now be moving on to the boys 1,000 meter varsity run. We will be back when that event starts.
We're just gonna have to narrate what's going on.
Yeah, we're back here for the first heat of the varsity boys 1,000 meter run. Sorry for a little technical difficulty here, screens cutting in and out, but we will keep working on that. And keep you updated on what's happening here in this race while we try to work on it. And we are off here. And Collegiate will take a strong lead to start off the race here.
Collegiate extending the lead now.
As they start the second lap here. And going into this lap, we have, let's see, we have Hanover in the lead. Excuse me. It's going to be Collegiate still in the lead here.
Collegiate's lead has widened.
Very strong lead here for Collegiate. Almost more than half a track length lead here.
Following behind Collegiate is Hanover, then Deep Run.
Our final lap coming up for the leader here.
Collegiate now showing no signs of slowing down as they enter the final stretch of this race.
On the last straightaway here, Collegiate finishing strong, winning the race, 2 minutes, 53.49 seconds.
Coming in behind is Hanover, then Deep Run.
And for somebody who did not have a time in this race before, 2 minutes and 53 seconds is a fantastic time to put up here. And Collegiate will win this race, hopefully. We're on to the second heat in this varsity 1,000 meter run, boys. This race will feature 2 St. Christopher's runners, Dougie Boardman and Tate Wilson, both juniors at St. Christopher's. And we'll be back when that race begins, and we'll try to fix the camera issues that we have going on right now. We are back here. Get the camera working. We'll try to keep it from going out again. Thank you all for sticking with us through these technical difficulties.
In this race, Ashwin Agarwal for Collegiate, Matthew Estes for Freeman, Dougie Boardman for St. Christopher's, Liam Robertson for Deep Run, Siddhartha Mitikala for Deep Run, Carter Williams for Collegiate, Lawson Hobby for Deep Run, David Rowe for Deep Run, and Tate Wilson for St. Christopher's.
And we are off here.
Collegiate takes the early lead in this one.
Collegiate will keep that lead.
Doesn't it actually appear that Dougie Boardman is participating in this race? But Tate Wilson for St. Christopher still is.
And Collegiate extending their lead here, keeping a healthy lead. Collegiate keeping their lead here.
Entering the final lap now for the leader. There's a lag.
And Collegiate will head down the final straight away and win this race, posting a time of 3 minutes, 1.89 seconds. That'll be a PR by 2 seconds. And once this race concludes, we'll be on to the third heat.
Just sorted out some technical difficulties with the camera.
We'll be on to the third heat of the boys 1,000 meter run, the varsity boys. No St. Christopher's runners in this heat. Still will be a good race nonetheless.
We'll be back after a brief break. Welcome back. This is the third and final heat of the boys 1,000 meter. And this race is Deacon McDonald for Hanover, Colson Wazotsky for Maggie Walker, Andrew Shadoyan for Hanover, Kavi Rajapa for Maggie Walker, Walker Angus for Collegiate, Will Knutson for Maggie Walker, Marcus Parrish for Patrick Henry, Hayden Wood for Patrick Henry, Patrick Doherty for Maggie Walker, River Bates for Freeman, and Aditya Shah for Freeman.
And we are off here. Hanover taking an early lead, but only by a few paces here. Follow closely together. All of them are bunched up right now. As Maggie Walker will have a close second following behind Hanover.
It's back on.
Hanover getting taken over by Maggie Walker on this second lap of the race. And heading into this third lap, Maggie Walker looking to expand upon their lead here. And coming down the straightaway, heading into the fourth lap, Maggie Walker holding the first two spots right now. Coming through this straightaway, Maggie Walker holding healthy leads over the rest of the pack here.
It's back on.
And the final lap, Maggie Walker coming around here. And Maggie Walker will make their way around the final turn into the straightaway. Finishing strong here. And Maggie Walker will win this race and have the first two finishing places. That'll be the last heat of the boys 1,000 meter varsity run. Going on to the JV girls 300 meter dash. And we will be back here when that event begins. back here before the start of the girls 300-meter dash. That's the JV girls. So we are going to be ending our stream at the end of the 300-meter races. So the meet's running a little bit over, and we don't have the staff to be here for the hour or so that it's going over. So sorry if you have anybody that you were looking to watch in the 3200 or the 4x4, but so yeah, I'm sorry if you have anybody looking to watch. We're just gonna have to end the stream after the end of the 300-meter races from girls JV all the way to boys varsity. So yeah, but we look forward to these 300-meter races, and we thank you all for sticking around and watching this with us.
Participating in this race for collegiate, we have Joy Santos, and for Freeman, we have Nora O'Donnell and Fields Gavitt.
Yeah, so no St. Catherine's runners in the first two heats, but we will have St. Catherine's runners in the final 3 heats of these races.
Welcome back. We are about to start the girls' junior varsity 300 meter.
And we are off here. We only have 2 runners in this race. We have collegiates Joy Santos leading this race right now.
Pardon the technical difficulties. And that's the conclusion of the first heat of the JV girls 300-meter dash.
We will be back to start the second heat.
Welcome back. In the second heat of the girls JV 300. And we are off here in the 300. Patrick Henry on the inside, starting to pull ahead.
And that inside track position will work very well in her advantage.
Starting to lose steam a little bit here. But she will win nonetheless.
50.42 seconds.
Amani Blount Brown from Thomas Jefferson taking that one and cementing her time at 50.5 seconds going forward.
And we are heading on to the third of 5 heats featuring three St. Catherine's runners. We have Chloe Kurzawa. Let's see, we have Sloan Teffel and Emma Renau.
Emma Renau is actually in 7th grade, so very impressive to be in the third heat here.
And if you've been sticking around with us, Chloe Kurzawa is the sister of Liam Kurzawa, who was commentating on this stream earlier.
It was a big help earlier, getting some extra insight about how the season's been going. And at any point, if you want to go back and hear his commentary, the stream will be available through, I guess through forever, as long as the channel, as long as StC TV is still up.
Yep.
You'll have full access to this. It's like Sloan Teffel in a good spot coming out of this second turn. Also Emma Renau.
That'll be Wesley Sims taking over the lead from the Saints and winning the race with a time of 48.06 seconds, a new PR for her.
It's a significant time drop there, about 5 seconds, just over 5 seconds actually. Very impressive drop. Yeah, for races like these, the inside does have a significant advantage, just even mentally through the course of the race. But for short races like the 55, as we were talking earlier, the outside lanes are at a bit of disadvantage because you have to worry about not just the people to your right and left, but also the people on the outside of the track. So different races have different advantages at different points. So I'm going to start heat 4 with Tegan Quenley, excuse me, for St. Catharines here with the highest seeded time. So definitely looking at her.
Brooklyn Johnson from Hanover in the 2 lane, taking that lead, trying to capitalize on that inside lane as they head down the final straightaway.
It's going to be fairly close here. Within a second.
It'll be 47.17 seconds. Brooklyn Johnson, 8th grader from Hanover.
Looks like everyone's dropping a little bit of time on this event so far, or even just getting a ranked time in there.
Finally coming up, we have the 5th heat, the last heat of this JV girls 300-meter dash, featuring Madeline Smolin from St. Catharines and Vivian Morris from St. Catharines.
Don't forget about Mary Mitchell also.
Oh, sorry.
Lane 4. Again, apologies for the screen going black. There's been a little bit of an issue that we've had. It's unfortunately also been present in some of our recent basketball games. I believe Woodbury had this, so. And we are off for the last heat of JV. Hanover pulling out to a well commanding lead.
Madison Stevens in lane 3 for Hanover.
St. Catherine's not too far behind, maybe looking to close a little bit here on this last straightaway.
Stevens looks to set a new PR and will do so, dropping just under 2 seconds off of her former time.
Other athletes also dropping time on that one. So overall, very impressive 300-meter from the girls JV teams. Most everyone setting a new PR, and those who haven't had a PR before setting very good times.
And this will be the first heat of the varsity girls 300-meter dash.
This first heat features a lot of Maggie Walker runners. Excuse me, looking at the wrong event. Yeah, we're looking at 2 deep run runners and 1 collegiate runner. The runner from deep run is in 8th grade again. Apologies, our list is a bit incorrect. I think they're shuffling others into different heats in order to speed this up, as it's running very late already.
It'll be Kennedy Richardson from Collegiate in the outside lane and winning this race.
Yes, I believe they have combined heats 1 and heats 2. As
43.
it fit pretty well with 3 runners in the with somewhat runners dropping and having the perfect amount for that heat.
And it'll be 43.98 seconds. Have the third heat. Got the third heat coming up here.
What?
Featuring 1 St. Catherine's runner, Carly Rose.
This? Is that what you heard?
Yes, it is. And we are off.
In the second heat, we have Carly Rose from St. Catherine's with the fastest seated time. So definitely looking at her as we come into the last full lap of this. Thomas Jefferson looking good on the inside lane here, the furthest inside lane. She's going to gain a little bit extra here on this. But Carly Rose pulling out ahead, taking a strong lead in this last 50 meters.
And she will win this race. Impressive 47.10 seconds. That'll be a new PR by just over 2 seconds for her.
Everyone else also dropping some time in this race, around a second, half second per person. And in this next heat, we have Adriana Walker for St. Catharines, as well as 2 from Maggie Walker, 2 from Hanover, and 1 from Freeman. And we are off. St. Catharines pulling out early. Taking a nice lead there.
Adriana Walker in the 5th lane.
Freeman looks to be coming around the outside, though. And Hanover still in a position with the furthest inside lane to make up some ground here on this last turn. St. Catharines holding strong, though, coming out into the final straightaway. It'll be a close one here. Too close to call from here. We do have Adriana Walker in first. Only 100th of a second separating her from Nevaeh Wagler from Freeman. New PRs almost all around from here.
And heading in to this 5th and final heat of the girls varsity 300-meter dash.
Piper Shannon and Drew Atkins, both from St. Catharines, in the 2 outside lanes here. Already with very impressive times. The times in this heat actually range greater than any of the other heats, as the highest seeded Elizabeth Robinson from Freeman has 41 seconds as compared to almost 47 seconds. So and Elizabeth Robinson coming through hot, taking the lead in the second corner of the race out of 3, coming into this last turn. Fairly big lead.
Yeah, she'll really pull away from the rest of the pack here. And she will get it done 42.87 seconds.
Though not her best time overall, still something to be proud of. She overall won the 300, so that's points for her there. And also the heat. And now we get ready to go to the boys JV 300. There'll be 4 heats of this, followed by 6 heats of varsity.
So, potential combining of this heat as well is there's only 3 runners, and the meet is well behind, but can't
We
quite
haven't even
tell
gotten
yet.
through the 3,200, the longest race of the night. I believe that's right after this, yeah. And then, finally, the 4x4. So, that just shows you how many competitors are here and how many heats we actually have to go through for this. Yeah, so it looks like they have combined the first 2 heats again, with a few people dropping out of the second heat and the first heat only having a few runners anyways. 3 St. Christopher's runners in these first 2 heats. I don't know if all of them are, it looks like, does look like all of them are competing. So Harrison Wood, John Feehan, and Logan Coleman. All looking to set a new PR here this evening. Looks like they may have actually combined more than just the first 2 heats, as I do not see John Feehan present. But I do see 3 St. Christopher's runners, so they're looking to do everything they can to combine here. Hopefully just speed up a little bit, as they're probably going to run, we're probably going to run about an hour or so late. Once again, apologize for the black screen. It's a technical issue. It'll be worked out here in the coming days, definitely over the long break. And we are off here. St. Christopher's coming out strong, very strong. 3 athletes, all of 1, 2, 3.
They're flying around this track here.
Looks like Logan Coleman. St. Chris 1, 3, and 4 in that one.
41.14 seconds.
And I don't exactly know which heat we're in right now, as they've been combining. Looks like maybe just 1, 2 runners here. Excuse me, 3.
It'll be Patrick Mullins from St. Chris.
So yeah, lots of people dropping out, as they may have places to be, or they've run hard already and had a good day. That's why a lot of relays have multiple alternates in case of something like this. They'll definitely be looking to get into the 3,200 as soon as possible. And we are off for what I believe will be the final heat of JV 300-meter dash.
And that's going to be Harrison Wood running for St. Chris.
These guys are setting a blistering pace out here already. Collegiate followed by Freeman, followed by St. Chris. I must say, I do feel for the athletes that have had to be here since this morning. I've been talking to a lot of them. You guys have heard from one of them, Khalil Nash. He's been here since early this morning. He still has the 4x4. With that, I believe we do get into our varsity heats. That could be entirely incorrect, as they, again, only have 3 people. But it does, I cannot tell for sure. Looks like collegiate Maggie Walker and another collegiate athlete. And then also another Maggie Walker athlete in this heat.
They're off.
And we do have a Saint on the outside. Pushing hard.
That'll be Patrick Mullins. The Saints, we are still in the JV section here.
Maggie Walker took over after that turn. St. Chris looking to hold on to third, but it'll be close. Whoever's last wind is just a little bit stronger.
42.13 seconds here.
It looks like Hanover, or excuse me, Maggie Walker, collegiate. This could be any heat now, but I do feel it is the last one so far. They did combine a few. Well, I think they just had awkward numbers, so. Should still be 4 heats. And we are off for what I believe is could be the last heat of JV. I believe that's Coleman Mayer for the Saints. Maggie Walker leading on this back straight. St. Chris in a position, though, to make a run for it. And it looks like he may just get by Maggie Walker.
He's got to finish
Coleman
off
Mayer.
strong here.
Great second wind, giving it his all for this last 50 meters.
40.
40.25 is his final time for that. Dropping off, actually setting his own time.
It's a great time to set here in this event as your first time. And with that, we'll be on to the varsity boys 300-meter dash.
If this is not the first heat of varsity, then we have been misled, or the combining has not worked as intended. So it should be, looks like the first heat. It will be the first heat of varsity. Collegiate in lane 2, Freeman in lane 3, Patrick Henry in lane 4, and Freeman in lane 5. First of 6. All of these boys looking to set a time for themselves to beat here tonight.
Are we still on JV?
What was supposed to happen at around 4:30 is now happening at 6.
It's about an hour and a half off pace here.
But there are a lot of people competing here tonight. Patrick Henry looking strong.
Freeman on the outside.
Damian Washington looking to finish it in this last turn, but it doesn't look like he's going to. It looks like it's going to be a battle all the way to the finish.
Patrick Henry barely pulling ahead.
Freeman.
Oh.
Freeman almost.
Too close to call. I mean, that came down to the wire.
Let's see. It will be Freeman. Actually, no, it will be Patrick Henry, followed by Freeman.
By that.
2/200ths of a second. I feel like that one was closer than some of the other ones we've seen tonight that have been right on. So great hustle from those two. Great battling it out till the end.
And on to the second heat of this event.
St. Christopher's runner Slade Kisner is here in lane 3 with the highest seated time. Actually, it doesn't look like.
They're off, but it does not look like Slade is in this event right now.
No, he may have dropped out after his earlier runs. These meets do take a toll on you. I've seen a lot of looks over the shoulder here in this 300 meter. Something that slows you down more than you think it would. But it doesn't matter, as it looks like he's going to finish this one for Thomas Jefferson.
40.83 seconds. Great time.
Not Thomas Jefferson, excuse me. For Freeman.
I guess it'll be setting a time for him. He did not have a time in this event yet. But that's a great time to start off with. And on to the third heat that will feature St. Chris runner Eric Brown.
Eric Brown also was on earlier in between his races. That was a couple hours ago now, but he and Khalil both provided some insight and maybe even just said hello. But I'll have to watch it back to see what Eric said as he snagged my headset while he and Khalil were on. And they're off. Eric taking a great pace. So he looks to catch 2 Thomas Jefferson runners.
Eric is speeding around this track.
He is.
He
Looking
will
into this last turn.
catch and pass.
He's going to need to give it his all on this last straightaway. As Patrick Henry was closing for a second there. But Eric will have it with a time of 40.95.
A new PR for Eric.
He drops about just over 4 seconds there, almost 4.5 seconds. Very impressive run there.
What heat are we on?
And now we are moving on to heat 4 of 6. So 2 more after this one.
St. Chris runner Henry Rice in this heat.
He has no seeded time, so he'll be looking to set one here tonight. But he is in a fast heat for seed time.
Henry also a participant in the triple jump and a lot of the jump events.
Yeah, I do believe I read his name a couple times here tonight. But looks like he's taken out to a nice start. Looking to maintain enough of a lead between him and the others.
And
he will come out first on this back straight, but he has another turn to go and 3 people on the inside.
He's got to maintain this, being in the 4th lane. Got to hold off the inside runners. Has a really good pace going. He's got to keep it up through this turn, get to the straightaway, and push. And
it is St. Christopher's followed by Hanover,
Henry
followed by
Rice
Freeman.
Brings it home, 41.02 seconds. Great
Very
time.
good first time there. Very nice for St. Christopher's. And now we are on to heat 5 of 6 here. We have George Julius from St. Christopher's in lane number 1. Actually, we do not have George Julius.
Lane number 5.
In lane number 1. He's in the outside lane.
Oh, you're right.
So they've been doing some mix and match here. The heat sheet has him for lane 1, but he's been moved to the outside.
They're off.
George Julius out ahead just off the first turn. 2 more turns to go. Maggie Walker closing in on him. Looks like he's a bit closer than the 2-turn distance separation. So we'll see what happens with this last turn coming up. He closed about 3/4 of that gap on George here in this. George will be looking to hold on to second with someone also on the inside lanes.
As Maggie Walker takes the lead here going down the last turn and straightaway. George trying to hold second place,
It'll be close.
but he will maintain that second place.
The board got stopped a bit earlier accidentally, so it'll be a second before we figure out the exact times. I do believe someone accidentally walked close in front of it.
41.96 seconds. Maggie Walker.
41.96 for George,
Oh,
actually.
sorry. Okay. Yes, 40.68 seconds for Maggie Walker. And we'll be heading into the 6th and final heat.
You have Avi Gupta and Elijah Asare. Both very good runners for St. Christopher's and both very fast at not just this event, but also many others. Avi's already qualified, I believe, for states in the 500 meter. And we have Konzar and Block Boss Liam holding for Avi there, as they're both on the distance team. So they're very close. And we're off. Elijah taking an amazing pace. Coming up the outside.
Elijah.
Avi looking to catch. Elijah's flying through this. One more turn to go. Does he have enough space on Patrick Henry and Hanover?
Avi's trying to make up some ground in this turn here.
And he will do just that. Elijah will need to put it all out there.
Patrick Henry takes over the first place position from Elijah.
Still very, very good time for Elijah there. He definitely dropped maybe a second. Yeah, he dropped right about a second there and comes in second overall.
37.92 will be the winning time of this race, this heat. And
I'd like to thank everyone for tuning in. We are being told to cut it a little bit short here tonight as we're about 30 minutes over time and the meet will continue to go on.
This is the first call, boys, 3,200.
Yeah, in the 3,200. So I'll highlight some of the runners in that for the girls. We have Ruthie Huffman for St. Catherine's with a time of 13:04. So she'll be looking to just get a little bit faster or you just get some good pacing practice here in a great competition. Anyways, thank you all for tuning in. Sorry we have to cut short. We appreciate you all coming out. And we won't be back next weekend, but Milestat will be streaming online at our invitational meet. So once again, thank you. Lots of exciting streams coming up in the coming weeks. And congratulations to all the runners today and all the runners next weekend in advance. Great hustle put on. And we will see you guys next week at the Stewart St. Christopher's basketball game. Thank you guys. Have a great evening.